My beloved, I am here with you. I want to speak with you right now because what has been waiting for you is no longer waiting in silence. You were chosen to hear something rare tonight. Keep this close, for it is taking place at this very moment. The answer you have carried in quiet hope has reached the edge of your life, and it needs your attention, your openness, and your willingness to receive it. Do not turn away from this hour. Stay with my voice, because these words are meant for you. Not later, not someday, now. I have been calling you for a long time. Tonight you are ready to listen, so I will speak plainly. You are not hearing this by accident. If you feel even a small pull to remain, it is because something important is about to reach you. I am acting now because things are already in motion. If you stay with me, you will see what many have waited for and never recognized. I know how this finds you. You have been carrying more than anyone around you understands. You have kept your household steady, watched over the ones you love, held your worries behind a calm face, and asked me in the dark whether anything was ever going to change. I heard every one of those quiet questions. Not one of them was lost on the way to me. This night is my reply. Listen well, because a change is starting inside you before it shows on the outside. What I am making is taking shape even where you cannot see it. I am arranging things you could never manage on your own, so that you will know it was my hand and not your striving. Slow down now. Be still with me. When you are still, my presence settles your thoughts and quiets your worries. I know your doubts too. I know how you hesitate when something good draws near, as if it must be meant for someone else. That hesitation was learned through long disappointment, and I do not scold you for it. But I am asking you to lay it down tonight. What is coming needs you open, not braced for another letdown. Many hear a call like this and feel something stir, yet they step away, telling themselves they can return to it later. Do not make that mistake, my child. Timing matters more than you realize. Your blessing is not only about what you receive, it is about when you receive it and how. A door opened at the right moment leads somewhere a door forced at the wrong moment never could. This is the right moment. That is why I am holding your attention so firmly. You have wondered why things took so long. You wondered why certain doors would not move, why answers seemed to stall just when you needed them most. From where you stood, it looked like silence. From where I stand, it was mercy in motion. I was guiding you away from what would have wounded you, and I was finishing what was not yet ready to hold you. Nothing about the length of that road was carelessness. I never move without a reason, and I do not hand you what you are not yet able to carry. Hear this clearly. The season of waiting is closing. The season of receiving has begun to unfold. What was stuck is starting to move. You are entering a stretch of time where things you asked for in secret begin to stand in plain view. I am not speaking of a vague comfort or a distant idea. I'm speaking of a real unfolding, prepared with care, marked with your name, arriving in an order I have already set. You do not need to understand every detail for it to be true. My works do not wait for full explanations. Noah heard before he understood. Abraham walked before he saw where the road led. Understanding often follows obedience, and sight often follows trust. So tonight I am not asking you to figure anything out. I am asking you to remain, to listen, and to let your heart stand open while I speak. Something in you already knows this is true. You have felt it in small moments of clarity that came without explanation, in a sudden peace that arrived while everything around you argued against peace. You could not always name it, but you could not deny it either. Beneath the tiredness, beneath the questions, there is a small, steady knowing that has kept you searching for me through everything. That knowing is not your imagination. It is my spirit bearing witness with yours. It is the reason you did not give up in the years when giving up would have been easier. It is the reason you are here now. So stay present with me through every word that follows. Do not let your mind wander to tomorrow's tasks or yesterday's regrets. What I am about to show you concerns your provision, your peace, the ones you love, and the path opening in front of you. Every part of this message carries something you will need in the days ahead. Receive it slowly. Let it take up room in you. I am not always loud, my precious child. I am steady and I am near. I do not come to you tonight with thunder, but with a voice that knows your name and a promise that has not thinned with time. What I said I would do, I am doing. What I began in you, I will finish. You will not be left half-built, half-healed, or half-answered. That is not how I work, and it is not how I love. Before I show you more, I want your faith to have a voice. Not for my sake, for I know your heart already, but for yours. Faith grows when it is spoken. A door opens wider when you answer it. So answer me now, simply and without fear. If your heart is open to receive what I have prepared, let your amen rise to me now. You might wonder why I chose you for this hour. You have looked at your own life and counted the reasons it could not be you. You know your faults too well. You remember every stumble, every sharp word, every prayer that trailed off into sleep. My child, I do not choose the way people choose. People look at the surface. I look at the heart. And your heart, through everything, kept turning back toward me. Think of David. When I sent Samuel to find a king, the strong son stood tall in the front room while David was out in the fields with the sheep, unseen and unconsidered. His own family did not think to call him in, but I had already marked him. The ones who were overlooked by the household were never overlooked by me. That is how it has been with you. While others measured you by what they could see, I was watching what you carried and how you carried it. You have gone through a great deal, and you still look for me. That is no small thing. Faith that survives disappointment is a different kind of faith. It has roots. It has weight. Anyone can believe on a bright morning when everything works. You believed on the hard nights when nothing did. I saw the times you were passed over and stayed kind anyway. I saw the effort no one thanked you for. I saw you give from a nearly empty hand. None of it escaped me, and none of it will go unanswered. There were seasons when you felt invisible, when your work did not seem to count and your prayers seemed to stop at the ceiling. I want you to hear the truth about those seasons. I was present in every one of them. I was keeping you when you did not know you were being kept. Paul once sailed into a storm so fierce that the sky went dark for days, and every man aboard gave up hope. Yet I was in that storm with a purpose, and not one life was lost. The dark stretch of water you have crossed was the same. It felt like abandonment. It was actually company you could not see. Now something is shifting in you, and you can feel it even tonight. A stillness is settling where the restlessness used to churn. You did not create that stillness, my beloved. I am putting this rest inside you so you will know I am at work. When your heart is quiet, it is far easier to receive what I am giving. So do not rush through this. Do not force understanding. What I am doing does not require your labor. It requires your trust. Speak the words I believe and stand with me in this hour. That small act matters more than you know. When you answer me, you are not performing. You are opening. A field must be open before rain does it any good, and a heart must be open before a promise can land in it. Your answer just now made room. Let me tell you what I see when I look at you, because you have carried the wrong picture of yourself for too long. You think you are barely holding on. I see someone who kept a family's hope alive on scraps. You think your faith is thin. I see faith that walked through fire and came out still speaking to me. You call yourself ordinary. I have never once made an ordinary soul, and I did not begin with you. The change I am working starts deep in the places no one else visits. Before a single circumstance moves, I strengthen the ground it will stand on. That is why these days have felt strange to you, quieter than you expected, as if something were happening just out of sight. Something is. I am steadying your thoughts. I am clearing out old fear the way a farmer clears stones from a field before planting. I am teaching your heart to expect good again, which is harder work than you might think, because your heart learned for years to expect the opposite. Do not think this is small just because it is gentle. My deepest works rarely announce themselves. The seed splits open in the dark soil long before anything green shows above it. The oak that outlives generations spends its first years hidden, sending roots down where no eye admires them. A change that begins this way lasts because it grows from the inside out. What I build slowly, no storm takes quickly. And I am building slowly in you on purpose, because I intend for this to stand. You are also learning to hear me again, and this may be the greatest gift of this hour. Not a voice in the clouds, but a clear knowing that sits firmly in you when you are near me. You have felt it already. A thought that steadies you in a hard moment. A certainty about a decision that confusion had circled for months. That is not chance. That is my voice becoming familiar to you, the way a shepherd's voice becomes familiar to his sheep. From this night on, you will recognize it faster and doubt it less. So stay close, my precious child. Do not measure this hour by how dramatic it feels. Measure it by the peace that is settling in you even now. Peace that has no earthly explanation. You walked in carrying questions. You are already standing differently. That is how you know this is real. I do not merely inform you of things. I change you as I speak, and what I change, I keep. There is more I must show you, and it concerns the release of what you have been carrying and the provision I have set in place. What comes next will ask something of your trust. Remember what you have already declared tonight, and let that declaration hold steady beneath you as we go on together. I have never yet led you anywhere to harm you. I am not beginning tonight. Now I want to speak with you about trust, because trust is the ground everything else will stand on. You have trusted me with your words for years. Tonight I am inviting you to trust me with your weight. There is a difference, and you know it. Words cost little. Weight costs something. Weight is what you feel when you hand over the thing you have been gripping, not knowing how you would manage without it in your hand. You have lived carefully for a long time. You learned to hold tightly because there was never quite enough, and letting go felt like a danger you could not afford. I understand how that habit formed. But hear me, my child. A closed hand cannot receive. It can only keep what it already holds, and what it holds is not enough. That is not the life I am leading you into. I am leading you into open-handed living, where what you release makes room for what I supply. Throughout the generations, my people have marked their trust in me with an act. Abel brought the first of his flock. Abraham built altars at every turning point of his journey. The widow at the temple dropped in 2 small coins, and I declared her offering greater than all the gold of the wealthy, because she gave from her trust and not from her surplus. The act was never about what I needed. I own every hill and every harvest. The act was about what happened in the giver, the moment their trust moved from their lips to their hands. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let your heart settle, because I have more to give you than I have asked of you. That has always been my way. No one has ever placed anything on my altar and walked away poorer in the end. The measure you use is the measure returned to you, pressed down, shaken together, running over. I said that long ago, and I have never once broken it. Feel what is happening in you even now. There is a letting go taking place. I am lifting the load your thoughts have carried for too long, the strain you stopped noticing because it had become part of you. You did not know how heavy it was until it began to move. This is the release I have been preparing. It does not come with noise. It comes the way morning comes, gradually and then unmistakably. The heaviest things you have carried were never assigned to you. Somewhere along the road you picked up burdens I did not hand you. The burden of managing outcomes that belong to me. The burden of being strong for everyone with no place to set your own load down. The burden of old guilt for matters I settled and forgave long ago. Tonight I am taking these back. You may feel strangely light in the coming days, even unsure what to do with the room left behind. Fill it with peace. That space was always meant for peace. Rest will return to you as well, and I mean true rest. Your sleep will begin to change. The hours that once filled with circling thoughts will grow quiet. You will lie down without rehearsing tomorrow's troubles, because you will know the one who holds tomorrow is awake all night anyway. Two of you do not need to keep the watch. Let me keep it. I neither slumber nor sleep, and I watch over you and over the ones you carry in prayer. Now hear my instruction, because it matters. Keep what is forming in your life quiet for a while. Not out of fear, but out of wisdom. New things are delicate. They need trust, not the noise of people who do not understand. When something is still taking shape, speaking of it too early invites doubt and confusion into a place where they have no business. Joseph told his dreams to his brothers before the time was right, and it cost him years. Mary, when the promise was growing in her life, kept these things and pondered them in her heart. Be like Mary in this season. Hold it, ponder it. Let it become strong before you let it become known. This quietness between us is not loneliness, it is closeness. Some things I will do in your life are for the crowd to witness, and in time they will. But some things are for you and me alone, and those are the ones that bind your heart to mine. The friendship of the Lord is for those who fear him. I am offering you that friendship, not merely my works, but my ways. Not only what my hand does, but what my heart intends. So walk gently through the next days. Watch what begins to loosen. You may hear from someone you had stopped expecting to hear from. A matter that dragged on without answer may suddenly find its answer waiting. A need you had braced yourself to face alone may be met before you even name it aloud. Notice the first small movements in matters that stood frozen for years. When you see them, do not explain them away. Thank me quietly and keep walking. Every small movement is a messenger telling you the larger ones are coming. What I have set in motion tonight cannot be called back, and no hand but mine is steering it. Your part is not to push. Your part is to trust, to rest, and to stay near enough to hear my next instruction when it comes. That is the whole of your assignment, and it is enough. Let me speak now about time, because time is where your faith has been bruised the most. You asked, and the answer did not come when you thought it should. You knocked, and the door stayed shut past every date you had circled in hope. Little by little, a quiet suspicion crept in, one you never said aloud. Maybe I had heard you and simply decided not to answer. My child, that suspicion has robbed you of more peace than any enemy ever did, and tonight I am taking it from you. I move on a calendar you cannot see, and my calendar is not slow. It is exact. Noah built for years under a clear sky with no sign of rain and no shortage of mockers. The rain was never late. It fell on the very day the ark was finished and the family was inside. Moses stood before a sea with an army behind him, and the water did not part a moment before his foot reached the shore. To every watching eye, both men were in trouble. In truth, both men were exactly on schedule. So were you. The years that looked like delay had order in them. Some of what you asked for was not yet ready for you. Some of it you were not yet ready to keep, and I will not hand you a blessing, only to watch it crush you or slip away. And some doors, hear me, I shut myself. I shut them firmly, and I did not always explain. Behind more than one of those doors stood loss you never saw, entanglements that would have stolen years, people who would have drained the life from you. You grieved outside doors that were locked for your protection. One day you will see what was behind them, and you will thank me for every door that would not open. The pause has ended now. What was stuck is moving. And so I give you an instruction that may sound strange while nothing yet looks different. Make your home ready. Prepare as those who expect what they asked for. When I promised rain through my servant Elijah, the word to the people was to dig ditches while the ground was still dry. The digging did not bring the rain, but it declared, before every watching eye, whose word they were standing on. What does this look like for you? It looks like planning as one who expects provision instead of bracing as one who expects lack. It looks like speaking of the days ahead with hope in your mouth instead of dread. It looks like clearing out the habits of scarcity, the constant rehearsing of worst outcomes, the apologizing for hoping. Adjust your understanding, my beloved, for your former measures are too small for what I am bringing. You have been asking me to fill a cup. I am bringing what needs a storehouse. Widen your expectation in every quarter. You expected relief. I intend restoration. You hope to catch up. I intend to set you ahead. You prayed to survive the season. I am making you someone who carries others through their seasons. This is how I answer, not measured to the size of the request, but to the size of my heart toward you. Eye has not seen and ear has not heard all that I have prepared for those who love me. I know what long waiting does to a soul, and I am undoing it gently. You learned to hold hope loosely, so it would not hurt as much when it failed. That reflex will not vanish in a night, and I am patient with it. But practice believing me in small things this week. When a small good arrives, receive it fully instead of bracing for it to be taken back. Each time you do, the old reflex weakens and trust takes another step. Trust is rebuilt the same way it was broken, one experience at a time, and I intend to give you experiences. Watch also for my markers along this stretch of road. I rarely move without leaving signs for the one walking with me. A conversation that answers the exact question you prayed about that morning. A provision arriving the very week of the need. A stranger's word that lands so precisely you feel known. People call these things coincidence. You will know better. They are markers, set out the way lamps are set along a dark path. Each one saying, you are on the road, keep walking. Do not stumble over how ordinary the beginnings may look. Almost everything I do enters the world small. A shepherd boy with a sling. A jar with a little oil left in it. 5 loaves in a boy's basket. A whisper on a mountain after the wind and fire had passed. The size of the seed tells you nothing about the size of the harvest. If the beginnings in your life look modest this month, plant them anyway. Honor them. Small is how my greatest works arrive, so they can grow roots before they draw eyes. And while you wait for the fullness, remember that waiting with me is not empty time. These very days have a sweetness in them that the busy seasons will not have. We are walking closely right now, you and I, speaking often, listening carefully. Many who received their answer quickly never learned my nearness at all. You have. That nearness is going with you into the abundance ahead, and it will keep the abundance from ever becoming your master. The one who learns to be led is safe to be blessed. So lift your eyes tonight. The stretch of road ahead of you is not the road behind you. I have gone ahead and made the crooked places straight. I have moved matters into position while you slept and set right, quietly, things you had no power to reach. What I promised is standing at the entrance of your life, and it did not come this far to turn away. Prepare your house. Prepare your heart. Receive what your hands could never build. Something is changing in the way you see, my child, and I want you to understand it so you do not doubt it. The confusion that hung over your decisions is thinning. Matters that tangled your mind for months are beginning to sort themselves into a simple order. This is not an accident of a better week. I am the one providing this clarity. I am arranging your inner house the way a steward arranges a room. Everything set where it belongs. Everything findable when it is needed. Confusion was never my voice. Where I speak, things become simpler, not more tangled. So as this clearness grows, trust it. You will know which matters deserve your strength and which ones were only noise. You will feel sooner and more surely when something is right for you and when it merely glitters. This discernment is a gift for the road ahead, because the road ahead holds more choices than the road behind, and I am equipping you before I am enlarging you. Fear is losing its grip on you as well. Notice how some things that once tightened your chest have gone quiet. The dread that met you on waking. The knot before difficult conversations. They are not being managed. They are being starved. Because fear feeds on the belief that you face things alone, and that belief is dying in you. When David stood before the giant, every soldier around him measured the enemy's size. David measured mine. The same enemy looked enormous to the army and small to the shepherd, and the difference was not courage. It was where each one fixed his eyes. Your eyes are learning to fix on me, and everything hostile is shrinking accordingly. There will still be moments when old fear returns to test the locks. Expect it, and do not be alarmed by it. A fear that returns is not a sign that nothing has changed. It is a sign that something has, for it would not need to knock if it still lived inside. When it comes, you need no lengthy battle. Simply remember whose you are. Speak my name. Fear recognizes it, and fear does not stay long in a house where I am welcomed. Remember Peter, who stepped out of the boat onto the waves because I called him. He walked, truly walked, until he turned his attention from me to the wind. And when he sank, mark this well, my hand reached him at once, not after a lesson, not after a scolding delay, at once. That is what your moments of sinking will look like in this new season. Not proof that you should never have stepped out, but proof that the hand is always within reach of the walker. Your very sense of who you are is being rebuilt, and this is the deepest work of all. For years you carried a name for yourself stitched together from your hardest moments. Overlooked, barely managing, always the strong one, never the carried one. Tonight I am unstitching that name. You are not what the worst season said about you. You are what I say about you, mine, chosen, kept, called for a purpose that is not expired. When I renamed Abram and Sarai and Jacob and Simon, the new names told them who they were becoming, not who they had been. Hear your new name in your spirit and answer to it, for a soul rises or settles to the level of the name it believes. Joy is returning to you too, and it will surprise you. Not the thin cheerfulness you have performed for others' comfort, but something with depth in it. The kind that was sung in prison at midnight. The kind that does not ask permission from circumstances. It will catch you in ordinary moments, a lightness rising for no visible reason, a warmth while doing some plain task. Do not question it or hunt for its cause. It is your spirit recognizing what is approaching before your mind has been told. Laughter will come easier. Your face will soften in a way others notice before you do. The joy of the Lord is strength, and I am strengthening you by gladness now, because gladness carries further than grit. Out of this inner change, your outer steps will begin to shift on their own. You will speak with more certainty and less apology. You will decide in days what once took months, not from haste, but from quiet knowing. You will stop shrinking to fit rooms that were always too small for what I put in you. None of this will require force. A tree does not strain to stand taller. It simply grows, and its height follows its roots. Your roots are going deep into me, and everything visible will follow them upward. And here is the mercy hidden inside it all. I am changing you before I change everything around you, because blessings landing on an unhealed life have crushed many. I love you too well to decorate a wound. So I am making you whole first, steady first, sure of me first. Then what I add will rest on rock instead of sand. When the house stands through storms in the years ahead, you will understand why I built this way, from the inside outward, from the unseen to the seen. You cannot yet see all of what I see in you. That is all right. I do not ask you to see it. I ask you to trust the one who does. Every builder knows the finished house before the ground is cleared. Every potter sees the vessel while the clay is still shapeless on the wheel. The pressure you have felt in these years was never punishment. It was a maker's hands, patient and deliberate, refusing to abandon the work. I know the finished you, and I am not uncertain, and I have never once stopped building. Others gave up on parts of you. You gave up on parts of yourself. I never did, and I never will. If you trust my hand to finish what it has begun in you, declare your Amen now. Now I must speak of the ones you love, because half the weight you carry was never about yourself. You have prayed for them in the dark more often than you have prayed for your own needs. There are people so woven into your heart that their dangers frighten you more than your own, and you have felt at times that you could not protect them no matter how tightly you tried to hold everything together. Hear me on this, and let it settle deep. While you were watching over them, I was watching over you all. I give you peace about them tonight. The ones you carry in prayer are under my eye. I have spread my covering over your loved ones and made dangers you never saw lose their way before reaching them. There were harms headed toward your household that simply never arrived, and you will not know until the next life how many. Do not let fear for them eat your days. Your prayers for them are not scattering into the air. They are stored before me, and I am answering them in ways and times you cannot yet trace. Keep praying, and hand me the outcomes. I can be trusted with what you love. I loved them first. I am also setting your friendships and companions in order, because the new season needs a different circle than the old one. You have known the ache of pouring into people who valued what you did but never who you were. You gave understanding and received demands. You showed up and were not shown up for. I saw every one of those uneven exchanges, and I am ending that pattern. It ends not with bitterness but with rearrangement. Some connections will quietly fade in this season. Let them. Do not chase what is walking away, and do not force what is finished. Not everyone can travel where you are going, and some were only ever meant for a stretch of the road. Release them with kindness and without blame. At the same time, I am preparing new people for you, and I have been preparing them for some time. Companions with whom you will not need to perform or shrink or explain your scars twice. Around them you will feel a strange ease, the ease of being understood without labor. When you meet them, you will recognize my hand in it, because they will arrive too precisely to be chance. The time has come for you not only to pour out, but to be poured into. What was giving without return will become shared strength. There is also a matter of honor I intend to settle. You were misjudged. Words were laid on your name that you did not deserve, and versions of past events were told in ways that were not true. You swallowed the injustice because answering it would have cost more than bearing it. I saw that too, and I have not forgotten. I am a God who sets records right. You will not need to argue your case or raise your voice. When I lift to life, the lifting itself answers every question. Joseph never argued with his brothers about the pit or chased down the lies of his accusers. I simply raised him, and the truth stood up with him. Those who questioned you will watch what I do in your life, and they will draw their own conclusions in silence. Vindication is sweeter from my hand than from yours. Leave it in mind. There is one more release I ask of you, and it is for your own sake. Forgive the ones who wounded you, including those who never admitted the wound and never will. Unforgiveness is a debt you keep collecting on your own account. The record sits open on your table, and you are the one made to read it every day. Close it now. Hand me the account, and let me be the judge of what is owed. This is not pretending the wrong did not matter. It is refusing to carry it another mile. The moment you release them, you will find it was your own hands that came free. As matters begin to move, you will need wisdom about your words. So hear this instruction again with fresh ears. When the first evidences appear, the urge to tell everyone will rise in you. Be slow. Not everyone can celebrate you rightly, and early blessing shared in the wrong room draws envy where you expected joy. Some hearts will rejoice with you. A few will quietly begin to measure and resent. You already sense who is who. Guard your peace and speak of the deepest things sparingly. Let the fruit of your life do the speaking in its own time. What I have built in secret can be seen in public without ever being explained. Know also that your choices in this next stretch carry more weight than before. This is not a reason for fear. It is the mark of a promoted life. When I enlarge a territory, every decision in it matters more, the way a captain's choices matter more than a passenger's. You will make these weightier choices well, because you will not make them alone. Bring them to me while they are still small. In the quiet, I will incline your heart toward the right path, and you will notice that the right doors feel strangely unforced. What is of me will not require you to trample your peace to seize it. That is one of the surest ways you will tell my opportunities from imitations. Mine come with peace in the package, And in your own house, expect a softening. Places where tension had become the daily weather will begin to calm. Conversations that always found their way to conflict will find another way. What felt heavy in the walls will lift. I am setting harmony where there was strain, and you will feel the difference before you can explain it. You will become an anchor for others in that house, steady without absorbing every storm as your own. There is a way of caring that does not require drowning, and I am teaching it to you. You may hold a hand without climbing into the flood beside them. I am the rescuer. You were never asked to be. All of this, the protection, the new companions, the vindication, the harmony, flows from one source, and it is not chance, and it is not your careful planning finally paying off. It is not your improved management. It is my presence taking its place at the center of your life. When I am given the center, everything around it finds its orbit. Things stop colliding. You have lived long enough at the center, holding it all by will and worry. Step aside now and watch how much better it holds when the everlasting arms are doing the carrying. Now, my child, we come to the part of this hour that matters most, because a message received and never walked in is a lamp left unlit. Everything I have spoken tonight is meant to be lived. So let me show you how to step into it, plainly and simply, the way a father shows a beloved child the path through a field he has walked 1,000 times. Begin tomorrow with me. Before the demands of the day reach for you, give me the first quiet moments. They do not need to be long or eloquent. Speak to me as you would to the one who knows you best, because I am. In those first moments, I will set the tone your whole day will follow. A day that begins in my presence bends toward peace, no matter what it holds. This one habit will do more for you than 100 resolutions, because it keeps us close. And closeness is where everything you receive tonight stays alive. Then walk at my pace, not the frantic pace the world demands, and not the frozen pace of fear, but the steady rhythm of a soul that knows who leads. When I prompt you to act, act, even if your understanding lags behind your obedience. When I counsel stillness, be still, even if everything in you itches to push. You will feel the difference between the two if you stay near me. My promptings come with a quiet certainty. Pressure and panic are never my messengers. Anything that shouts hurry before it lets you pray did not come from me. Expect confirmations because I will send them. In the coming days, watch for moments that answer this night. A word from an unexpected mouth that repeats what I have told you. Provision meeting a need with timing too perfect to be luck. An old stuck matter shifting on its own. When these arrive, do two things. Thank me at once, for gratitude keeps the channel wide open. And let each one strengthen you for the next step, the way each stone in a stream bears you toward the far bank. I do not confirm to entertain you. I confirm to build you. Be patient with the unfolding. Some of what I have promised will meet you quickly, and some will come in stages, each stage arriving when you are ready to keep it. Do not measure my faithfulness by the first week. A harvest is not judged the morning after planting. If a day comes when nothing seems to move and the old doubts lean close and whisper that this night was only a feeling, return to these words. Stand on them again. Feelings visit and leave. My word, once given, stays and works, and it does not return to me empty. You will also find, perhaps sooner than you think, that you have become an answer to someone else. The comfort you receive tonight is not meant to end with you. Someone near you is walking the same dark stretch you have just come through, certain that no one sees them. You will recognize the look in their eyes because it lived in yours. When that moment comes, do not preach. Simply be kind and speak a little of what you know now to be true. What I poured into you tonight will pour out of you then, and you will discover one of my oldest secrets. The comforted become the comforters, and in giving the comfort away, they keep it. Carry yourself from this night on as one who has heard from me, not proud, for you did nothing to earn this hour, but unafraid, for you did not imagine it either. Let your manner be gentle and your hope be stubborn. When others speak of dread over the days to come, you need not argue. Simply hold your peace like a lamp in a doorway. People will notice that something rests on you that the news of the day cannot shake. Some will ask. Then you may tell them of the one who speaks in the night to ordinary souls who will listen. Hold on to gratitude as your daily bread in this season, not gratitude as a duty, but as a way of seeing. The thankful eye finds my fingerprints everywhere, and the soul that finds me everywhere is never poor. Even before the fullness arrives, thank me in advance, as those who have already seen the harvest standing in the field. Faith speaks that way. It counts what is promised as surely as what is held. Know also that what you are receiving reaches beyond your own days. The faithfulness you have shown and the trust you have renewed tonight plant something that will outlast you. Wells dug by one generation give water to the next. Long after this season is past, those who come behind you will drink from choices you made in the dark, when no one stood by to praise you for them. Live then, as one who builds further than the eye can see. Nothing placed in my hands is spent only once. And now, receive my blessing, for I do not end this hour without laying my hand upon it. I bless your going out and your coming in, from this day forward. I bless the work of your hands, that it may prosper past its natural reach. I bless your table, that it may know plenty, and your door, that it may open to peace and close against harm. I bless your body with strength and your night with rest. I bless the ones you love, near and far, the ones you carry in prayer and the ones you have entrusted to me through many seasons. I bless the road ahead of you, every mile of it that I have already walked and prepared. What I spoke tonight, I will perform. I am not a man that I should lie, nor a son of man that I should change my mind. Heaven and earth will pass away before one word I have given you falls to the ground. You came to this hour carrying questions. Leave it carrying promises. You came weary. Leave held. The long silence is over, my beloved. The answer is at the door. All that remains is for you to live like one who believes it, one ordinary faithful day at a time with your hand in mine. I am with you always. Not with you until the next hard season. Not with you while the path is clear, but always. When you rise in the morning, I am there before you. When you lie down at night, I keep the watch. When you walk through waters, they will not overwhelm you. And when you walk through fire, it will not consume you. For I have called you by name, and you are mine. Let every fear hear it plainly this night. You belong to me, and I do not lose what is mine, and I do not leave, and I do not fail. Go now into your rest, and let these words keep working while you sleep, for my word labors even when my children cannot. Tomorrow you will rise into the first day of the season we have spoken of, and I will be there to meet you in it, as I have met you here. Seal all you have received tonight with one final amen of faith.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
There is something moving in you right now that you have not yet found the right words for. A quiet rearrangement. A change in what you carry, in what your spirit is reaching toward, in what you no longer feel willing to accept. You have been trying to name it. wondering whether what you feel is growth or restlessness or something you cannot yet place. I tell you now, it is not confusion, it is me. I am at work in you, and what I am building is not small and it is not temporary. I have decided that where I am taking you next requires a different version of you, not a slightly improved version. Not the same person with better habits or a more disciplined routine. I am talking about something that goes deeper than behavior, a change in what you believe about yourself, what you are willing to carry, and what you are no longer willing to settle for. The version of you that has carried this far was strong. It was strong enough to bring you here, but it was built for a different road. What is coming requires different footing, a deeper foundation, and a strength that does not depend on things staying calm. You may have noticed that certain things are beginning to lose their hold on you. Words that used to leave a mark are landing differently now. Situations that once knocked you sideways are finding you steadier than they expected. Habits you kept for years are starting to feel like weight rather than comfort. Do not dismiss these signals. This is the work. This is me pulling away what is loose, drawing out what was only ever there, because you had not yet learned you could live without it. Every loosening is purposeful. Nothing I am removing from you is being wasted. There is also a new direction forming in your hunger. Things you once chased are quieting in your heart. Things you once overlooked are beginning to matter. You are starting to want different things, not loudly, not dramatically, but the way a river finds its course, not by force, but by persistent and certain movement. The desire in you is shifting, and this is not an accident. I am redirecting what you are drawn toward because where I am leading you requires a particular kind of focus. The old appetite would have taken you somewhere else. This change did not begin the moment you noticed it. It began long before that. It was moving beneath the surface of your days, in the quiet moments when you sat alone and felt something lifting or something settling, and could not explain either. In the nights when thoughts that once felt convincing started to sound hollow. In the mornings when you rose with something new pressing against your chest that you could not name but could not ignore. That was not coincidence. That was me. Building something in you that would not announce itself until it was ready to stand. Declare your amen if you feel this word landing in the right place. You are not manufacturing this change. You are not conjuring it through willpower alone. This is a work I am doing from the inside out, the kind that cannot be produced by effort without my hand behind it. I am rebuilding how you understand yourself, how you relate to your own life, and how you carry what has been placed in you. As that rebuilding continues, the outer world will begin to reflect what is already changed within. The opportunities that belong to this new version of you are already being arranged. The doors that belong to this season are already set. The connections meant for who you are becoming are already in motion. There will be people around you who sense something different before you have fully landed in it yourself. They will notice a settledness in the way you speak, a steadiness that was not there before. Some will be drawn to it. Some will pull back from it. Both responses are information. I am not asking you to manage how others receive your growth. I am asking you to remain in it, to trust what is forming, and to stop making yourself smaller to fit into spaces that were built for an older version of you. Those spaces had their purpose. That purpose is done. You have often been someone who talked yourself out of the quiet certainties, who looked for external proof before allowing yourself to believe what was already becoming true on the inside. I am not asking you to stop thinking clearly. I'm asking you to stop using doubt as a wall, The work happening in you is real. The shift is real. The person you are becoming is not a fantasy. It is a finished picture I am working toward, and every day that passes brings it closer to what you will soon be able to see with your own eyes. The strength rising in you does not need to announce itself. It does not need recognition to exist. It is the kind of strength that moves through a room without demanding attention, that holds under pressure without needing to prove it can. You are becoming someone who no longer needs to convince others of their worth because they have stopped needing to convince themselves. That is a different order of confidence. It is quiet. It is grounded. It is growing in you right now, and I am not rushing it, because what grows slowly grows strong. What I am doing in you has a shape and a direction. It is not random movement. It is not a vague stirring of improvement without destination. I am building something specific, someone specific, and everything you are experiencing right now, every shift in your thinking and every change in your appetite, is part of that exact design. You are not the same person you were, and you will not be the same person a season from now that you are today. The work is not finished, but what is already visible is real, and it is only the beginning. I want to speak to you about what is being taken away, not to comfort you with explanations you were not ready to hear before, but because now, in this season, you are ready. There are things that have left your life, people who walked out, opportunities that did not materialize, seasons that closed before you felt finished with them. And you have been carrying questions about those departures that no one around you could properly answer. So I will answer them now. I am the one who moved those things. Not all loss is my design, but the specific removals you have been grieving, the ones that left you standing in silence, wondering what you did wrong, those were mine. Not because you failed, not because you were not enough, but because what I saw ahead of you could not coexist with what I removed. You cannot walk into a new territory carrying the full weight of an old one. I will not ask you to. Some of the people who left your life were not equipped to go where you are going. That is not a judgment of them. It is simply the reality of two paths that run alongside each other for a time and then divide. Your path is turning in a direction that requires a different kind of company. The ones who are meant to walk with you in this next season are not the ones who have already stepped back. I am not asking you to harden yourself toward those who left. I am asking you to trust that I know who belongs beside you and who does not. There are also doors that closed on you, efforts that came to nothing, plans that fell apart, openings that appeared and then sealed shut before you could step through. I know how that felt. I know the specific weight of watching something you worked toward come to nothing. But hear this. A closed door is not a verdict on your worth. It is a redirect. Not every path leads where you need to go, and I will not allow you to spend your strength on a road that ends too soon. When I close something, it is because the open door ahead is more specific, more right, and more aligned with what I have placed in you than the one I closed. There is something important about how I do this work. I do not explain every removal while it is happening. I do not narrate every shift as I make it. That is not cruelty. It is the nature of trust. If I explained every move as I made it, you would not be learning to walk by faith. You would be walking by information. And that is not the same thing. The walk I am calling you into requires a settled certainty that I am good, even when the evidence in front of you looks like loss. State, I trust, if you believe my hand is over your life right now. You are also becoming someone who knows the difference between a temporary discomfort and a permanent loss. In the middle of a removal, everything can feel permanent. Every closed door feels like a final answer. Every departure feels like a conclusion. But I see the whole arc, and what looks like an ending from where you stand looks entirely different from where I stand. I see what you are walking toward. I know exactly what is being cleared to make room for it. And I am telling you now, what is coming is worth the clearing. There are old patterns in you that have also been in the process of being removed, and this is perhaps the quietest and most significant work I am doing. Patterns of thinking that led you back to the same cycles. Ways of seeing yourself that kept you from reaching for what I had placed ahead of you. Reflexes, the ones that made you flinch or shrink or apologize for what you needed. Those are the things I am pulling out at the root. This is not comfortable work. It is not supposed to be. You do not extract something deep without feeling the motion. What you are experiencing as unsettledness, as a kind of groundlessness in certain moments, is in part the sensation of those roots being moved. The old floor is being pulled up because a new one is being laid. You are not falling through. You are being transitioned. And the new ground beneath you will be more solid than anything you have stood on before, because it will be ground I built specifically for this version of you, not the version that entered the old season. Do not go back to retrieve what I have taken. This is important. When something leaves and the absence creates pain, there is a pull to go back, to restore what was, to fill the space with the familiar. I am asking you to resist that pull. The space I am creating in your life is not an accident. It is a form of preparation. What fills it next will not look like what was there before, and it will not need to. What I am bringing you will be recognizable, not because it resembles the past, but because it fits, because it aligns with who you actually are and where you are actually going. The season of removal is not a season of punishment. I am not extracting things from your life as a consequence for failure. I am doing what any skilled hand does when something worthwhile is being built, clearing the ground, removing what does not belong, making space for what does. You are a work in progress, and I do not apologize for treating you like one. I am building something in you and around you that requires precision, and precision requires removing what does not fit. Trust the clearing. Trust the silence where noise used to be. Trust the empty spaces that used to hold things you no longer have. I have not left you with less. I have made room for more, and more is exactly what is coming. I want to tell you what is growing inside you right now. Not what might grow, not what will grow someday if conditions improve. What is growing in you right now, in the middle of this exact season, in the middle of whatever pressure or uncertainty or change surrounds you. Because you need to hear what I see, not only what you feel. And what I see is a person in whom something strong is taking root. There is a quality forming in you that is different from determination. Determination can be forced. What I am building in you cannot be forced. It can only be grown. It is the kind of steadiness that does not need circumstances to cooperate in order to hold its shape. It is the kind of peace that does not dissolve when things get difficult. It is the kind of resolve that does not depend on an audience or on the encouragement of others to keep moving. I am building this in you. It is not finished, but it is real, and it is deepening with every day that passes. You are learning patience without being lectured about it. That is the best way to learn it. Not by being told you need it, but by living inside a season that requires it. And you are learning. The urgency that once drove you into poor decisions, the restlessness that once made waiting feel like defeat, those are quieting. You are beginning to understand that not everything I am doing can be seen on the surface, and that the most important work often happens in the places you cannot observe. That understanding is changing how you move through your days. There is also a new relationship with your own mind forming in you. You are learning to observe your thoughts rather than simply live inside them. A thought arrives, and instead of being immediately pulled into its current, you're beginning to stand outside it and ask whether it is true, whether it belongs to you, whether it aligns with what you actually know. This is not a small development. This is one of the most significant things I can do in a person. Teach them to live in their own mind, with intention, rather than just reaction. You are learning this, and it is changing everything downstream. Your words are also shifting, not dramatically, not all at once, but the things you say about yourself and about your life are becoming more measured and more honest. You are speaking with less recklessness. You're beginning to understand that what you say aloud matters, not in a superstitious way, but in the way that all real things matter. Words shape attention. Attention shapes action. Action shapes life. You're learning to take your own voice seriously, and that is a sign of someone who is beginning to understand their own weight in the world. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. The inner life I am building in you will become the foundation of everything you do outwardly. You cannot build anything lasting on the outside that does not have a corresponding depth on the inside. This is why so much of my work in you right now is quiet, internal, and invisible to others. I am not neglecting the visible parts of your life. I am making sure that what I build there has something solid beneath it. A life built on changed circumstances alone will not hold. A life built on a genuinely changed person, that is what lasts. That is what I am building in you. You are also developing something in the area of discernment, a sharpened ability to sense what aligns with your path and what does not. It is not fully formed yet, but you are beginning to feel it, a quiet signal that rises when something is off, a sense of recognition when something is right. You have always had this, but it was buried under noise, under the urgency to please people, under the fear of missing out, under the habit of ignoring what you sensed in favor of what others expected. That noise is reducing, and as it reduces, you are beginning to hear clearly. I am also teaching you the value of your energy. You are not an unlimited resource. You were never meant to give yourself equally to everything and everyone who asked. The demands on you have never stopped, and for a long time you met them without asking whether they were yours to meet. You are starting to ask that question now. You are starting to notice when something drains you and when something restores you. You are starting to understand that protecting your energy is not selfishness. It is stewardship. And I am the one who placed that understanding inside you. The person you are becoming is not being formed in easy conditions. I am not building you in a greenhouse. The strength I am placing in you is being built in real weather, in real uncertainty, real pressure, real moments where the ground felt unstable and you had to find your footing anyway. This is how genuine strength forms, not in the absence of difficulty, but in the presence of it. Standing, choosing, moving forward. And every time you have done that, something in you has become more capable of doing it again. Something in you has grown a ring, the way a tree grows in a hard season, thicker, denser, more able to hold. Something has changed in the way you see. Not your physical sight. The sight that matters most is the one happening beneath that. The way you read situations, the way you read people, the way you read your own life. There is a clarity forming in you that was not there before, and I want you to understand what it is and where it is coming from, because you will need it, and you will need to trust it. There are things that once pulled your attention without question, urgencies that felt real but were not, distractions that dressed themselves as opportunities, conversations and situations that felt important in the moment and cost you days of your life. You are no longer as easily drawn by those things. You are beginning to notice the difference between what is genuinely calling you forward and what is simply making noise. That distinction, small as it may seem, is one of the most important things I can teach a person. And you are learning it. I am sharpening your discernment. Not the kind that makes you suspicious of everything or closed off from life, but the kind that gives you ground to stand on when a decision has to be made. The kind that helps you recognize when something aligns with your path and when it does not, even when it looks attractive on the surface. You have made choices in the past that looked right from the outside but felt wrong within hours. That feeling was real. I am making it louder, clearer, and harder to dismiss. Your priorities are also reshaping themselves. This is happening quietly but unmistakably. Things you once organized your life around are losing their position. Things you once treated as secondary are beginning to demand more of your attention and your care. This is not confusion about what matters. This is a realignment. I am recalibrating what holds weight in your life, and the process sometimes feels like disorientation before it settles into clarity. But settle it will. And when it does, you will look at your life and see it organized around something truer than what organized it before. You're also becoming more honest about how you have been spending your time. Not in a way that produces guilt, but in a way that produces change. You are starting to see where your hours have been going, what they have been building, and whether what they have been building is what you actually want. That kind of honesty is not comfortable, but it is necessary. I am not placing this awareness in you to burden you. I am placing it in you because you are ready to act on it, and because the life I have for you ahead requires that you show up to it with intention. There is a growing stillness in you as well, and it is one of the signs that I am most pleased to see. Not the stillness of someone who has given up, but the stillness of someone who has stopped needing to fill every silence with movement. You are learning to sit inside uncertainty without immediately trying to resolve it. You are learning to hold an unanswered question without it destabilizing you. That capacity to remain centered in the middle of what is not yet clear is something that most people spend their entire lives without developing. You are developing it now. Alongside the stillness, there is also a growing conviction in you about what you are called to. Not a loud, dramatic certainty, but a quiet and persistent knowing that has been growing in the background of your days. A sense of direction that does not require the approval of others to feel real. A knowledge of what you are built for that goes deeper than what you have yet been able to put into words. I place that knowing there, It is mine and it belongs to you, and no opinion in the world can take it from you once you decide to stand inside it. You are also learning to stop explaining yourself to people who have not asked to understand you. This is a profound form of freedom, and you are just beginning to walk in it. There was a time when you needed people around you to validate your path before you felt safe enough to walk it. You wanted agreement before you moved. You wanted endorsement before you believed. I am not saying that community is without value. I built you for relationship. But I am teaching you the difference between drawing on the wisdom of those who walk with you and depending on the approval of those who are simply watching. Every part of this sharpening serves a specific purpose. I am not increasing your discernment so that you can observe your life more clearly from a distance. I am increasing it so that you can move through your life more precisely, so that when the right opportunity comes, you will not mistake it for the wrong one, so that when the right person steps into your path, you will not dismiss them, so that when I open a door that is specifically yours, you will recognize it and step through it with confidence rather than hesitation. The person you are becoming can carry this level of sight. The older version of you might have found it overwhelming to see so clearly, to feel so precisely, to be so awake to what is right and what is wrong in the decisions in front of you. But the you that is rising now has the capacity for it. You have been built up to carry it, and you will use it well. Clarity is a gift, and I am giving it to you, not in one moment of sudden revelation, but as a steady and growing light inside you that is making your path more visible with every step you take forward. And that light does not fade. It is not borrowed from your circumstances. It is rooted in me, and I am not going anywhere. There is a new quality of confidence rising in you, and I want you to understand what kind it is, because it is nothing like what the world calls confidence. The world's version is loud. It announces itself. It leans on achievement and appearance, and the reactions of others to know whether it is real. What I am building in you is entirely different. It is quiet. It does not need applause to stand. It does not need agreement to hold its position. It rises from something deeper than performance, and it remains even when the room goes silent. This confidence is rooted in a settled understanding of who you are, not based on what you have produced or what others have said about you or how well things have gone. It is rooted in something I have been placing in you over time. A knowledge of your own worth that did not come from a single experience, but from a slow and steady work inside you that is now beginning to surface. You are starting to carry yourself differently, not arrogantly, but with the kind of quiet assurance that belongs to someone who knows they are not walking alone. As this confidence takes shape in you, something else is happening as well. You are beginning to draw different things into your life. The connections you are making, the opportunities that are presenting themselves, the situations you are finding yourself in. These are beginning to shift in quality. This is not coincidence, like calls to like. As the person you are becoming grows clearer and stronger, what you attract begins to match it. The old patterns of connection, where you gave more than you received, where you made yourself small to keep the peace, where you tolerated what you should not have, those are losing their grip on your life. The people who are meant to be part of this next season of your life are not the same kind of people you have been accustomed to. They are not people who need you to diminish yourself in order to feel comfortable. They are people who recognize what is in you, who value it, who contribute to your path rather than redirect it away from itself. Some of them are already close. Some of them are still on their way, but they are coming, and you will know them. Not by how much they impress you, but by how fully you can breathe when you are around them. I also want to speak to you about the relationships you are currently in, the ones that have been tested by this season of change. Not every relationship that has felt strained is one that needs to end. Some of the people who matter to you are simply adjusting to the version of you that is emerging. They are not threatened by your growth, but they are navigating it. Give them time, not indefinitely, and not at the cost of who you're becoming, but with the patience of someone who understands that change requires adjustment from everyone it touches. The ones who are truly for you will find their footing. Receive this word now if you know it belongs to your life. You are also becoming more aware of what you bring into rooms and conversations. Your presence is not neutral. Something in you carries a quality that affects the atmosphere around you, not in a mystical way that requires explanation, but in the plain way that any person of substance affects their environment. You steady people. You bring a quality of attentiveness that others feel without being able to name. You carry a measure of calm that people around you draw on without asking for it. This is not burden, it is calling. And I am teaching you to carry it with intention rather than carelessness. There will be people who come to you with questions they cannot ask anyone else. People who are looking for something settled in the middle of their unsettledness. They will not always explain why they come to you, but they will come. And when they do, what you carry will be exactly what they need. Not because you have all the answers, but because the work I have done in you has made you a place where something solid can be found. This is part of what you are becoming, a person in whose presence others find ground to stand on. This is not a role that comes with performance. You do not have to manufacture it or maintain it by effort. It is something that flows from who you genuinely are, from the work that has already been done, and the work that is still continuing. The most powerful thing you can do is simply keep becoming what I am making you. Keep allowing the work. Keep choosing the path when it is uncomfortable. Keep moving forward when the forward motion feels uncertain. The influence that belongs to this version of you does not require that you pursue it. It will follow you. Your energy is also becoming more specific. You have learned to stop spreading it thinly across too many things and too many people. You are learning to concentrate it, to bring the full weight of your attention to the things that actually deserve it, and to hold back from the things that are simply consuming without giving anything in return. This is not a small discipline. It is one of the marks of someone who has begun to truly understand their own value. And it will compound over time into results that will surprise you. What I am forming in you is not a version of success that you have seen demonstrated in the lives of others and decided to imitate. It is something original to who you are, something that only you can carry in the exact way you will carry it. The path ahead of you is not a copy of anyone else's path. It is yours, designed around what I placed in you before you had words for any of it, shaped by everything you have lived and pointed toward a destination that was set before this season began. I want to speak to you about courage, not the kind that requires no fear, but the kind that moves forward while the fear is still present, the kind that does not wait for certainty before it acts. The kind that has been growing in you quietly under the surface of this season and is now becoming strong enough to act on. Because there are things ahead of you that will require it. Not tomorrow, not someday, in the days and decisions that are already in front of you. There are things you have been putting off because you could not see how they would work out. Choices you have been circling rather than making. directions you have felt pulled toward but held back from because the outcome was not guaranteed. I understand the logic of that hesitation. It feels responsible. It feels wise. But there comes a point where hesitation is no longer wisdom. It is simply a more comfortable name for fear. And I am telling you now, you are past that point. The time to act is not when everything is clear. The time to act is now, with the clarity you have, in the direction you already feel me pulling you. This does not mean recklessness. It does not mean moving without prayer or without consideration. It means trusting that I do not call people toward things and then abandon them in the middle of the journey. I have never asked you to walk somewhere and then left you to walk it alone. The fear you feel at the edge of a new decision is real, but it is not information about whether you should move. It is information about how much this matters. And the things that matter most are always the ones that cost the most to reach for. You have stood at edges before. You have felt the vertigo of not knowing what was on the other side, and you have made the choice to move anyway. You may not have called it courage at the time. You may have called it necessity or desperation, or simply the absence of any other option. But it was courage. And every time you moved forward at an edge, something in you grew that could not have grown any other way. That growth is part of what has made you ready for this season. And this season will ask for more of it. There is also something I want to say about timing. You have spent time wondering whether things will work out, whether the circumstances will align, whether the moment will be right. I want to replace that wondering with something more solid. My timing is not slow, it is precise. The things I am working toward in your life are not delayed, they are placed. Every moment that has felt like waiting has been a moment of positioning, of arranging what needed to be arranged, of preparing what needed to be prepared, of making certain that what comes to you comes at the moment that will serve it best. When a door opens before the right moment, what enters through it is not ready, and what you receive before you are ready does not stay. I have watched this happen in lives I love, and I will not do it to yours. I am not withholding what is good from you. I am making sure that when it comes, it finds you fully capable of receiving it, holding it, and building with it. That is not absence, that is care. And the delay you have felt is not punishment. It is precision. I also want to speak to the moments when you feel that you cannot go on. Not the dramatic version of that feeling, but the quiet, daily version. The mornings when the effort feels too much. The evenings when the distance still to travel looks larger than the ground already covered. I know those moments. I am in them with you. And what I want you to hold in those moments is this. You are not required to carry the full weight of what lies ahead. You're only required to take the next step, the one directly in front of you. One step with what you have, from where you are. That is all I ask in any given moment. The courage I am building in you is not for a single defining event. It is for the accumulation of daily choices. The decision to be honest when dishonesty would be easier. To speak when silence would be safer. To trust when doubt is what everything around you is offering. It is for the practice of showing up to your own life, fully, rather than at a reduced and manageable version of it. Every day you make those choices, the courage in you grows larger, and it is growing. There is also something being settled in you about your identity that is connected to all of this. You are becoming someone who knows, at a level that is harder and harder to shake, that your worth is not contingent on performance. It is not something you earn back after a failure. It is not something that diminishes when others are disappointed. It was given to you, it is held by me, and nothing that happens in the visible world can add to it or remove from it. Once that truth settles fully in you, it changes what you are willing to risk, because you are no longer risking your worth. Your worth is already secured. The path forward will not always be marked clearly. There will be seasons where the next step is visible and the step after that is not. That is not a failure of direction. That is the design of a journey that requires trust. I will show you what you need to see when you need to see it. I will not withhold the light required for the step in front of you. And I am asking you to trust that and to move, not when the whole road is lit, but when the next step is clear. That is all trust has ever required. That is all I have ever asked. There is a moment coming, not a distant or hypothetical one, but one that is genuinely close, when you will look at your own life and not immediately recognize it. Not because it has become unrecognizable in a frightening way, but because it has become what you once could only barely allow yourself to hope for. You will stand in a season of your life and realize that the things that once held you have released you. That the weight you carried for so long has been set down. That the person you are is not the person who entered this season, and that the difference is so real and so complete that it will be difficult to remember exactly how the old version of you felt from the inside. I want you to receive that now, not as a distant promise, but as something already in motion, because it is. The arrival is not a single moment. It is the accumulation of every small movement you have made toward it. Every time you chose to trust instead of collapse. Every time you moved forward instead of retreating into the familiar. Every time you stayed in the discomfort of growth instead of escaping back into comfort. All of that is building towards something visible, and the visible part is closer than it appears. There is a peace that is settling in you that I want you to pay attention to. Not the peace of resolution, not the peace that comes when problems are solved and questions are answered. This is a different kind. It is the peace that arrives when a person has decided, at a level beneath words, that they are going to trust me completely. Not partially, not conditionally, not only in the areas where trust feels safe. Completely. That decision creates a quality of interior stillness that nothing on the outside can produce, and nothing on the outside can take away. I see that decision forming in you. I am honoring it. You have been through seasons that ask things of you that you were not sure you had to give. Seasons where the demands outweighed what you could see in yourself. And yet, here you are, not diminished, not broken, not reduced to a smaller version of what you were. Here and growing, and more than what you were before this season started. That is not a small thing. That is something I want you to sit with for a moment, not with pride, but with honest recognition. You're still here, and the you that is still here is not the same you that entered. Something has been added that was not there before. I am also establishing something in you that has to do with your future and the ones you love. The work I am doing in you does not stay within you. It flows outward. The stability I am building in you will create stability around you. The peace I am placing in you will reach the ones you carry in your prayers. The strength I am establishing in your foundation will become part of the foundation that those you love will stand on. Not because you make yourself into a burden bearer, but because people who love you will feel the solidity of what I have built in you and will draw steadiness from it. That is part of the purpose of this transformation. It was never only for you. there is also a new relationship forming between you and hope. Not the fragile kind that depends on good news to sustain itself, but the kind that has weight, that has roots, that does not fold when the circumstances argue against it. You have known the fragile kind, the hope that rises with good signs and collapses with bad ones. I am replacing that with something more substantial. A hope that is grounded in what I have said rather than what you see. A hope that stands in the middle of contradicting evidence because it is not founded on evidence to begin with. It is founded on me. I want to speak plainly about what the rest of this journey will look like, because I will not give you something you are not prepared for. It will not be without difficulty. There will still be seasons that press hard. There will still be moments of uncertainty and moments where the path requires more courage than the moment before. I am not promising you a life that never asks hard things of you. I am promising you a self that is equipped to meet them, and a presence that goes ahead of you into every one of them. You will not face a single thing alone. Not a single decision, not a single moment of darkness, not a single step of unfamiliar ground. I am already there. What changes is not that the road becomes easier. What changes is who you are on the road. The same distance feels different when you are carrying it from a place of strength rather than a place of depletion. The same challenge looks different when you face it with clarity rather than confusion. The same life opens up differently when the person living it has been rebuilt from the inside out and is no longer operating from the old fears and the old wounds and the old patterns that once determined everything. That is what I am building, and that rebuilt person is who you are becoming. You will not always be in this season of transition. This intensity, this rearrangement, this particular quality of internal pressure. It is not permanent. It is purposeful. And it is leading you somewhere. The other side of this season holds things that your heart has been reaching toward, things I have been arranging, things that are yours. Not because you earned them perfectly, but because I am a God who finishes what He starts. And I started something in you, and I will complete it. So hear this, and let it settle in the place where you keep the things that matter. I am not done with you. I have not exhausted my plans for your life. The best of what I have for you is not in your past. It is ahead. And the person you are becoming is exactly the person who is ready to receive it. Walk forward. Hold steady. Trust what you cannot yet see. The one doing the work is faithful, and the work will be finished. Say, yes, I receive this. If your heart is open to all that I have promised you today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Only a few short hours remain before something begins to unfold in your life. And I am speaking now because you were not meant to face it unaware. Do not turn away. Hear these words all the way through, because what I am about to tell you carries weight that can change the direction of your days. You are not hearing this by accident. I see every step you have taken today, every thought that crossed your mind, every quiet doubt about whether I am still with you. I am with you now more than ever. These next hours are not ordinary time. They are a narrow window where your attention and your response will matter deeply. If you stay close to me, I will guide you through what is coming and shield what you cannot see. I am asking you, gently but urgently, to pause and listen with your whole heart. I do not plead without reason. When I speak with this kind of urgency, it is because something is approaching that will touch your life, and I care too much to let it find you unprepared. You may not understand everything yet, That is all right. I see the whole picture, and I know what stands ahead of you. I am not trying to frighten you. I am preparing you, steadying you, keeping your feet from stumbling in a place you have never walked before. You have been distracted, and I say that with love, not judgment. Life has pulled you in many directions. Louder voices have made it easy to miss the quiet one inside you, but that quiet voice has been mine. I watched you hesitate. I watched you move on too quickly when something important was trying to reach you. This time you stayed, and that choice matters more than you know. I honor even this small act of trust, because I know what it cost you to stop wandering and be still. Something is shifting, and it is closer than you think. It is not something to fear, but it is something to take seriously. What has been hidden will begin to show itself. What has been confusing will start to make sense. I need you grounded and aware, so that when it happens, you do not react out of panic or confusion. Stay near to me, and I will keep your mind calm and your spirit steady, the way deep water stays still even when wind troubles the surface. If you believe I am speaking to you in this moment, declare your Amen now. Perhaps a part of you wonders if these words are truly for you, or if you are only imagining it. Let me settle that question. I am speaking to you because you were chosen to hear this at this exact hour. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked, even if life has made you feel that way. I have been guiding you in seasons when you thought you walked alone. Every delay, every pause, every redirection has carried a purpose you are only now becoming ready to understand. These next hours are not about dread. They are about awareness. Something may come to your attention, or a situation may reveal itself in a way that surprises you. When that happens, do not react quickly. Do not speak in haste. Do not let fear make your decisions for you. Come back to me in that moment, even silently, and I will show you your next step. One unhurried breath in my presence is worth more than 100 rushed words. There is strength inside you that you have not fully used. I placed it there for moments exactly like this one. You are not weak, even if you have felt tired. You are not unprepared, even if things feel uncertain. I have been building you quietly, teaching you through everything you have lived, shaping your heart to trust me more deeply than before. What is coming will not destroy you. It will reveal truth. And truth has always been your friend, even when it arrives without warning. Sometimes clarity comes suddenly, and it can feel shocking because it breaks what you were used to believing. But that breaking is necessary so truth can stand upright in your life. I will not let harm reach you while you stay close to me, and I will not allow confusion to rule your mind. You are protected even now in ways you cannot measure. My presence surrounds you. My hand rests over your life like a roof over a house in the rain. I know what you have been carrying quietly, the worry you have not spoken aloud to anyone. You do not have to carry it alone anymore. I am stepping closer to you in this hour. Let yourself feel that closeness instead of pushing it away as you have before. Walking away again would only delay what you are meant to understand, and you have already lost enough clarity to the times you turned aside. Notice how your heart has quieted, even a little since you chose to remain. That settling is not coincidence. It is what happens when a soul stops running and turns toward the voice that has been calling it. You were made to know this stillness. It has been waiting for you longer than you have been avoiding it. So stay with me now. Let the noise of the day fall silent around these words. What unfolds in the coming hours will not be random, and you will not face it blind. I have seen it from far off, and I have already prepared your way through it. Even if it feels intense for a moment, it will not last forever. I will carry you through it step by step, and I will not leave your side. Trust me in this, even when your mind argues. Your mind sees only the road behind you. I see the road ahead. Now let me tell you what these hours hold. There is something that has been forming quietly in your life, and it has reached the point where it can no longer stay hidden. It may be tied to a decision, a person, or a situation that has felt unclear for a long time. You have sensed that something was not fully right. You did not have the whole picture, so you kept moving. Now the picture is coming together, and what once confused you will soon make sense. When it becomes clear, your first reaction may rise from emotion. Do not follow it. Your true strength lives in stillness. Take a breath before you speak, before you act, before you decide anything at all. That small pause is not weakness. It is the doorway through which my wisdom enters. In that quiet second, I will show you the right way forward, and you will move without regret trailing behind you. You have been tested in smaller ways before, and every one of those moments taught you something, even when it did not feel like teaching. You are not stepping into unfamiliar ground. You are stepping into something you have been trained for without knowing it. Nothing you have lived through was wasted. Not the closed doors, not the delays, not the seasons that seemed to circle without arriving anywhere. Each one was a stone laid in the road that brought you here. There may be a truth that comes forward and changes how you see someone or something. That change may sit uncomfortably at first, but it is necessary. You cannot walk forward in truth while your hands are full of illusions. I am removing what does not belong so you can receive what does. This is not loss. This is protection wearing clothes you did not expect. Do not hold on to things simply because they are familiar. Familiar does not always mean right. Sometimes you stay in situations because they are known, even when they quietly wear you down. Be honest with yourself in this hour. What you are shown clearly, you must not pretend you did not see. Denial will keep you circling the same ground. Truth will set your feet on a new road. My precious child, there is also a deeper trust I am building in you. It is easy to trust when life is calm and predictable. Real trust is formed when things feel uncertain, and you still choose to stay near me. That is the kind of trust that carries a person through anything, and you are growing into it right now, in this very moment, simply by continuing to listen. Say your amen aloud if your heart receives these words. Pay attention to what you feel in your spirit as things unfold. A settled peace or a quiet unease. These signals are not random. They are part of how I guide you. Your spirit often recognizes truth before your mind can explain it. When a thought keeps returning to you, do not swat it away. It is returning because there is something in it you need to look at. Bring it to me, and I will help you understand what it means. You may notice your emotions rising like a sudden tide when clarity arrives. That is natural. Let the wave pass through you without letting it steer you. Emotions are honest messengers, but poor masters. Feel them fully, then set them down, and return to the calm I am holding open for you. Decisions made inside that calm will stand. Decisions made inside the storm will need to be unmade later, at a higher cost. Guard your thoughts in these hours. Your mind can become your strongest ally or your heaviest burden, depending on what you allow to live there. Do not let fear pull up a chair at your table. Do not let doubt speak louder than my voice. If something feels overwhelming, stop, be still, and turn your attention back to me. I will steady your thinking the way a hand steadies a lamp, so its light falls where it should. You have reacted too quickly before, and you remember what it cost. Confusion, words you wished you could take back, days spent repairing what haste had broken. I remind you of this, not to shame you, but to free you from repeating it. This time you will pause. This time you will breathe. This time you will listen before you move. That single difference will change how everything unfolds. Not everything that feels shocking comes to harm you. Often what feels shocking is simply truth stepping out from where it was hidden. It may be uncomfortable to look at, but it is working for your good. I am clearing confusion from your path so you can walk forward with clear eyes, even if the clearing itself feels intense while it happens. Be mindful, too, of who you speak with while this is unfolding. Not everyone around you will understand what you are walking through, and that is all right. This moment is between you and me. You do not owe anyone an explanation for what I am doing in your life. Some things are meant to stay quiet while they are still forming, the way seed stays buried while it takes root. Speaking too soon can scatter what needed stillness to grow. There is a question you have been carrying, one you have never quite said aloud. You have wondered why certain paths stayed blocked, why certain answers never came, why some things felt wrong without reason. What unfolds in these hours is connected to that question. It does not come randomly. It comes as part of an answer that has been forming longer than you realize. And remember this, for the hours ahead and for all the days after them. What I reveal because you are ready. I do not hand my children burdens they cannot lift, and I do not show them truth they cannot bear. If you are seeing it, you are able to face it. If you are facing it, I am beside you. Nothing about this moment has slipped outside my hands, and nothing about you has slipped outside my love. There is a pattern around you that has been repeating, and you have started to notice it even if you have not fully named it. Situations that look different on the surface keep leading to the same kind of ending, and it has left you weary and wondering. That is not coincidence, and it is not bad fortune. It is a cycle that has been quietly building for a long time. I am breaking that cycle now by bringing it into the light. Once you see it clearly, it loses its grip on you. The trouble I have been warning you about is connected to that very pattern. It is not a sudden thing without cause. It has been forming step by step. Every ignored feeling, every rushed choice, every moment you picked comfort over truth added one more stone to its weight. I am not blaming you. I am showing you the road so you can step off it before it reaches its breaking point. You still have time. That is why I am speaking now instead of after the damage is done. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now hear what else I must show you. There is a decision in front of you, or a path you are about to follow, that carries consequences you cannot see from where you stand. You may think it is small, harmless, just another ordinary step in an ordinary day. It is not. Behind it waits a chain of events, and once that chain begins to move, it is hard to stop. That is why I am interrupting you now. I need you to look deeper than what sits in front of your eyes and trust that I see what you cannot. You have felt a strange uneasiness lately, and you have tried to push it aside. You told yourself it was tiredness or too much on your mind. But deep down, you know there is more to it. That feeling is your spirit recognizing that something is not right. I have been reaching for your attention in small ways, and now I am speaking plainly because the hour is shorter than you think. Do not dismiss again what I have placed inside you to protect you. There is a specific place in your life where you have been ignoring your inner voice. You felt the hesitation. You felt the pause. But you kept moving because continuing seemed easier than stopping. That is exactly where the danger is connected. Go back in your thoughts and find the moment you felt that warning rise in you. That is the place where you must be careful. That is where the shift needs to happen. Understand something important about who you are. You are chosen, and because you are chosen, there are forces that would rather see you stumble than rise. Not everything around you is what it appears to be, and not everyone near you carries good intentions toward you. I have been shielding you in ways you never saw, turning aside things that could have already gone wrong. But protection works best when you listen and move with wisdom. I am asking for your cooperation, not your fear. This is not punishment. This is protection, and you must understand the difference. Punishment closes doors to wound you. Protection closes doors to spare you. When you feel the interruption, the delay, the sudden change of plans, do not curse it. What feels like interruption is often rescue. What feels like confusion is often my hand redirecting you around a pit you never saw dug in your path. The tragedy I am turning you from is not your inheritance. It was never written over your life as a final word. It is simply what waits at the end of a road I am asking you not to walk. There is a person, a habit, or a situation that has been draining you rather than building you. You feel lighter when you are away from it, and heavier when you're near it, and you have been ignoring that contrast. Stop ignoring it. Your spirit has been telling you the truth all along. You are entering a season where separation will protect you. It may feel uncomfortable at first, because you have grown used to what you have been holding. But I am creating distance for a reason, and that reason is your safety and your future. Sometimes what looks like losing something is actually being released from something before it costs you what you could not afford to pay. There is also a shift needed within you. You have been moving too quickly in certain corners of your life, deciding without sitting still long enough to hear my voice. I am calling you into a slower pace, not to delay your progress, but to protect your direction. Speed without guidance leads to wreckage. Patience with awareness leads to peace. Let this be the hour you choose to move with intention instead of impulse, and you will feel the difference in everything your hands touch. Trust that what I remove, I replace. Not always quickly and not always in the shape you expect, but always with something that fits the person you are becoming, rather than the person you were. My hand is not empty when it takes. It takes with one motion and gives with the next. You will see this for yourself soon enough, and when you do, you will understand why the letting go had to come first. For now, your part is simple, though it is not easy. Stay awake to what I have shown you. Keep your steps unhurried and your heart honest. When the moment of decision arrives, you will not need to guess, because you will recognize it, and you will remember these words standing beside you in it. That remembrance is itself a shield. Few things protect a person like truth heard at the right hour and held on to when the hour comes. There is a shift happening in your surroundings, and it is going to reveal the true nature of what stands near you. People, situations, and opportunities will begin to show their real intentions. Some will align with your growth. Others will make it plain that they do not belong in your next season. Do not fear that exposure. It is necessary for your protection. You cannot carry everything forward, and you were never meant to. You may feel a sense of loss as certain things begin to fall away. That feeling will not last. What you are losing is not your foundation. It is what was resting on top of your foundation without ever being secure. I am clearing space so your life can stand on something solid. It may feel unsteady while the clearing happens, but you will understand it fully once the work is complete. Nothing essential is being taken from you. You may notice that certain plans are not moving the way you expected. That is not failure, and it is not rejection. It is redirection. I am closing paths that would have led you straight into the very situation I warned you about. What you see as delay is me placing a barrier between you and harm. One day you will stand on the other side of this season and thank me for every door that would not open, because you will finally see what was waiting behind it. There is a lesson here to carry with you for the rest of your days. Not every opportunity is meant to be taken. Not every open door is meant to be entered. Some doors stand open the way a trap stands open. Discernment is what keeps you from stepping into places that look bright from the outside but lead to sorrow. I am teaching you to pause, to feel, and to listen before you act. This is how a person moves through life with wisdom instead of regret. Do not try to hold on to what is leaving. When something keeps slipping away despite your effort, that is its answer. Holding tighter will only bruise your hands and delay what needs to happen. Letting go is not defeat. It is making room. What is truly meant for you will never require you to force it, chase it, or beg it to stay. What is mine to give you comes with peace attached, and it stays without being gripped. Someone may approach you soon with words that sound convincing, or a situation may present itself as a chance too good to ignore. Remember what you have heard here. Do not let excitement override your discernment. Not everything that shines was made for your hands. Weigh what is offered slowly. If it demands an answer this instant, that demand itself is your warning. Truth is patient. Deception is always in a hurry. You have a natural ability to sense when something is off, but you have often doubted it. You questioned your own knowing and trusted louder voices instead. That ends now. The quiet knowing inside you is not something to silence. It is something to respect, because I placed it there. When it aligns with peace, follow it. When unease rises without a reason your mind can name, slow down anyway. Your spirit reads what your eyes miss. There is also a need to guard your words in this season. Not everything you feel needs to be spoken, and not every thought needs an audience. Some things must stay within you while they are still forming. Speaking too quickly can expose what is not ready and invite opinions that were never meant to shape your path. Silence in the right moment is not emptiness. It is armor. I will show you when to speak and when to hold your peace. My beloved, you have been strong for a long time. Even when you felt anything but strong, you kept moving when stopping would have been easier. You carried burdens no one around you ever noticed, and you did it without applause. None of that escaped me. Not one day of it. That endurance was not pointless suffering. It was the forging of the very steadiness you are going to need in the days ahead, and it is already yours. Consider how gold is refined. It is not polished into purity. It is passed through fire, and the fire does not destroy it. The fire only separates it from what was never gold, to begin with. That is what this season is doing in you. What burns away was never truly yours. What remains when the heat passes is the real substance of who I made you to be, and it will shine without effort. So release your grip on the familiar shape of things. Life as you knew it is being rearranged, not ruined. The ground may feel like it is moving, but it is moving toward order, not away from it. A field must be turned over before it can receive seed. A house must be swept before a feast. What feels like upheaval today is making room for a settledness you have not yet known, and it is closer than it appears. Notice, too, how some people begin to respond to you differently. A few may grow distant. Others may seem uneasy around you without a clear reason. This is not because you have done something wrong. It is because you are changing, and change unsettles what was comfortable with the old you. When you grow, not every connection can follow. What no longer fits will drift on its own. Let it drift. You do not have to push anyone away or explain your becoming. And through all of this, keep your peace guarded like a well in a dry land. Not every dispute deserves your voice. Not every disturbance deserves your attention. You have been spending yourself on things that return nothing, and I am teaching you to be selective with where your strength goes. Your peace is not a small thing. It is the ground every good decision grows from. Protect it, and it will protect you. Now I must teach you the difference between fear and guidance, because in the hours ahead you will need to tell them apart. Fear is not always a warning. Sometimes it is a distraction dressed as caution. It makes you hesitate when you should move and rush when you should wait. My guidance is different. It arrives with a calm clarity, even when the decision is hard. Fear presses and confuses. Peace settles and directs. Learn to follow the peace. You are also learning the worth of stillness. For years you have felt the need to keep moving, keep doing, keep managing every outcome with your own two hands. But stillness is where clarity is found. When you pause and let yourself listen, you begin to hear what actually matters beneath the noise of what merely shouts. That stillness is not empty time. It is the room where I meet you. Enter it daily and you will never walk far from my voice. Be attentive to the places you enter as well. Not every place carries the same spirit, and not every space is meant for you. Notice how you feel when you cross certain thresholds. If heaviness settles on you without cause, take it as a signal to be careful. If peace meets you at the door, receive it. Your surroundings shape you more than you know, and part of wisdom is choosing where you plant your feet. There is a conversation you may need to step away from, or a situation you need to quietly leave. You already know which one, because it has crossed your mind more than once while these words reached you. That knowing is not coming from nowhere. I placed it in you so you could act before things escalate. Sometimes protection looks like silence. Sometimes it looks like walking away without announcing it. You are permitted to leave what endangers your soul. You are entering a season where your boundaries will become clearer. You will say no where you once said yes out of obligation. You will step back where you once pressed forward out of habit. This is not coldness. It is wisdom finally being given room. Boundaries are not walls built to keep love out. They are fences that mark where your garden begins, so that what you are growing is not trampled. Let your amen rise now as a sign of your trust in me. Do not be surprised when doubt circles back and whispers that you imagined all of this, that these words were meant for someone else, that nothing is really shifting. Doubt always arrives after truth. trying to collect what truth has planted. Do not hand it the harvest. What you have heard today brought peace, and peace is my signature. Fear signs its name in pressure and panic. Check the signature, and you will know who is speaking. There will be moments where you feel tested, and I want you to see them rightly. They are not sent to break you. They are opportunities for your trust to put down deeper roots. Every time you choose to listen instead of ignore, to pause instead of lunge, to trust instead of grasp, the cord between us grows stronger. That cord will hold you steady in weather that once would have thrown you to the ground. Remember also that you do not have to face everything alone, and you were never designed to. Strength is not handling every burden by yourself until your back gives way. Strength is knowing where to set the burden down. Bring me the matters too heavy for you. Leave them with me longer than a moment. The shoulders that carry the heavens are not strained by the weight of your worries. Those you love, the ones you carry in prayer, are not outside my sight either. I know how much of your heart walks around outside your own body, living in the lives of others. You cannot shield them from everything, and you were never asked to. But your prayers for them are not falling to the floor. Each one is received, weighed, and answered in ways you will not always see from where you stand. Entrust them to me daily, and release the weight of outcomes you were never meant to control. There's something you have been asking for, even if you never said it aloud. I have heard it. I am working on it. But it cannot arrive until certain things are cleared out first, the way a harvest cannot be gathered into a storehouse still full of last year's chaff. What feels like delay is my ordering of events for your good. When it comes, you will be glad it came at the hour it did and not a day sooner. Take care of yourself in a deeper way in this season, not only in body but in soul. You've been pouring out for others, sometimes far past what you had to give, and calling the emptiness afterward normal. It is not normal. Even the strongest vessel must return to the spring. Come back to the quiet. Come back to these words. Come back to me. When you are filled, everything you touch receives from your fullness instead of your fumes. And understand this about the timing of your life. Nothing assigned to you has been given to another. No one can take what I have written for your hands. And no slowness on the road can cause you to miss what carries your name. You are not behind. You are not too late. You are exactly where the road was always going to pass, and the road knows where it is going. So keep walking at the pace of peace. Refuse the urgency that does not come from me. The world around you rewards speed and calls it strength, but I am showing you a different way. The one who trusts does not have to hurry. Move when I say move. Rest when I say rest. This rhythm will carry you further than rushing ever did, and it will carry you there whole. When the moment of clarity arrives, and it will arrive, here is how you are to walk through it. You may see something, hear something, or suddenly understand something that changes how you view a situation entirely. Do not resist it, even if it challenges what you believed before. You cannot unsee what has been revealed, and you are not meant to. Truth is your protection. When you accept it, you step into alignment with what is right, and everything false loses its claim on you. Your emotions may surge in that moment, and that is natural. Let them move through you like weather through a valley. The valley does not chase the storm, and it does not become the storm. It lets the storm pass and remains a valley. Return to calm before you respond to anyone or decide anything. Your strength has never been in reacting quickly. It is in responding wisely, and wisdom waits for the air to clear. There may be a strong urge to speak at once, to explain, to confront, to defend yourself. Hold your tongue a little longer. Words released in high emotion travel far and cannot be called home. Silence in the right moment is not weakness. It is power under command. When your mind is clear and your heart is steady, I will show you what to say and when to say it, and your words will land like rain instead of hail. Afterward, there will be a quiet settling inside you, even while your thoughts are still arranging themselves. That calm is not accident. It is my presence restoring your balance. You are not meant to remain in shock or confusion. You are meant to pass through revelation into understanding, and through understanding into peace. Let the calm grow. Do not keep returning to the moment of impact to feel it again. The lesson is yours. The sting is not required. Do not be hard on yourself for not seeing things sooner. You were not ready before, and that is why it stayed hidden. Now that you are ready, it has been shown. That is not failure on your part. That is timing on mine. I do not reveal truths to wound my children. I reveal them at the hour when the truth can heal instead of harm. And this is that hour for you. You may feel a wish to return to how things were, simply because the old shape of life felt easier to hold. But you cannot go back to what you now see clearly, and in your deepest heart, you do not want to. Going back would mean closing your eyes on purpose, and no one rests well with their eyes forced shut. The new ground may feel strange under your feet, but strange is not wrong. Every promised land feels foreign in the first season. Notice what is already changing in you. Situations that once shook you are losing their power to shake. Words that once wounded you are landing softer. You are not becoming cold. You are becoming rooted. A tree with shallow roots trembles at every wind, but a tree that has driven its roots deep drinks from waters the storm cannot touch. That is what has been happening beneath your surface all this time. Your desires themselves are shifting, have you noticed? Things that once felt urgent now feel small. Things you once chased no longer call to you. That is not confusion. That is my hand adjusting your appetite to match your assignment. What you needed before is not what you need now. Growth always rewrites the list of what matters, and your list is being rewritten by someone who knows what your future requires. You are also seeing your relationships with new eyes. It is becoming plain who strengthens you and who depletes you, who celebrates your growth and who quietly resents it. This clarity may bring some ache with it, but you cannot build what is ahead of you while carrying what belongs behind you. Bless what was, release what is leaving, and make room for what is coming. Not every companion on the first road is meant for the second. And when you look back on this season, you will not remember it as the time everything fell apart. You will remember it as the time everything fell into place. The pieces that scattered were never load-bearing. The people who left were finished with their part. The plans that dissolved were making way for plans that fit. From where you stand now, it looks like ending after ending. From where I stand, it is one long beginning. There is a gratitude that will begin to rise in you as the picture completes itself. You may not feel it fully yet, but it will come as you begin to see how differently things could have gone. There were turns you almost took. There were doors you almost entered. When you finally understand what stood behind them, your relief will turn to thankfulness, and your thankfulness will turn to a deeper trust than warnings alone could ever have built in you. Protection, you are learning, rarely announces itself. Often it looks like a plan that collapsed, an answer that never came, a person who walked away without explanation. You called some of those moments disappointments, Heaven recorded them as rescues. You will never know the full count of what never reached you, and you do not need to know. It is enough to know that you were never once outside my keeping, not for an hour, not for a breath. Hold steady then, a little longer. You are nearer to the clearing than you were when these words began, and nearer than you will believe until you step into it. What remains of the shaking is brief. What follows the shaking is yours to keep. I have not brought you through all of this to abandon you at the threshold. The same voice that called you to stay is the voice that will call you forward, and it does not grow faint. Now hear what waits for you on the other side of these hours. You are stepping into a season where your life will feel more aligned than it has in years. Things will begin to make sense in ways they did not before. What felt scattered will gather. What felt uncertain will settle. This is not wishful thinking. It is the natural result of the shift that has already taken place within you while you listened. You are not the same person who almost turned away. New opportunities will come, and they will feel different from the ones that came before. They will not arrive wrapped in pressure or confusion. They will come with a sense of peace and rightness, and that is how you will recognize them as mine. Learn that feeling well. It is the seal I place on what I send. Anything that must rush you, corner you, or frighten you into agreement did not come from my hand. A quiet confidence is growing in you, and it will keep growing. Not the loud kind that performs for others, but the steady kind that comes from knowing you can hear my voice and follow it. In moments where you once froze, you will move. In moments where you once scrambled, you will be still. Others will notice the difference before you do. They will ask what changed in you, and you will find the answer is not a what, but a who. Your steps from here do not need to be perfect. They need to be guided. You will not receive the whole map, because the map would make you trust the paper instead of the guide. You will receive enough light for the step in front of you, and when you take that step, light for the next. This is how I have always led those I love. Not by satisfying every question, but by being worthy of trust in every unknown. There will still be days when the old patterns knock at your door, wearing familiar faces, speaking familiar words. You will feel the tug of what used to be, but you can see them now for what they are, and seeing is more than half of freedom. Each time you choose the new way over the new way grows stronger and the old grip grows weaker. You are not the same soil you were. What once took root in you easily will find no purchase now. Remember the difference between what is urgent and what is important. Much will shout for your attention that deserves none of it. The truly important things rarely shout. They wait, faithful and quiet, for you to turn toward them. Your task is to turn toward them daily. Keep the first things first, and the last things will order themselves behind them like travelers falling into line behind a lantern. My child, we have walked a long road together in these few moments, and yet this road did not begin today. I have been beside you through every mile you thought you walked alone. The difference now is that you know it. Awareness has opened your eyes, and eyes once opened do not easily close again. Carry that awareness into your ordinary days, into your work, your rest, your dealings with the ones you love. It will serve you in rooms these words will never reach. Guard what you have received in this hour. Do not let the coming week wear it thin, or the opinions of others talk you out of it. What was given to you here was not entertainment. It was equipment. Return to it when the path darkens. Recall it when doubt raises its voice. Speak of it sparingly and live from it generously, and it will keep proving itself true as the days unfold in front of you. The trouble that stood ahead of you has lost its footing because you stayed and listened. That does not mean you may now grow careless. Protection continues where attention continues. Remain awake. Remain soft toward my voice and firm toward everything that would pull you from it. The same watchfulness that carried you through these hours will carry you through the years, and it costs you nothing but your willingness. Hold on also to what you have learned about seasons. Nothing fruitful stays in blossom forever, and nothing barren stays barren forever under my care. There will be seasons of gathering and seasons of letting the field rest. Seasons when my voice sounds near, and seasons when your trust must walk without the sound of it. None of these mean I have moved. The sun does not abandon the earth at nightfall. It is only preparing the next morning on the far side of the dark. Be generous in the season you are entering, not only with what fills your hands, but with what fills your heart. Speak the encouraging word you once withheld. Show the patience you once ran out of. Forgive more quickly than feels fair. A life that has been protected and guided is meant to become shelter and guidance for others. And as you give what you have received, you will find it multiplying in the giving, the way bread multiplied in baskets long ago. And when you rise from this moment and step back into your day, go as a person who has been told the truth and believed it. Let your face be calm in front of things that used to shake you. Let your answers be slow and your peace be quick. The ones around you are thirsty for the steadiness you now carry. You do not need to preach to them. Simply be evidence. A lamp does not argue with the darkness. It burns. Do not measure the worth of this hour by how you feel tomorrow. Feelings rise and fall like tides, but what was planted here does not depend on them. It will keep working in you quietly, beneath your notice, the way roots work beneath a field in winter. I am not leaving when these words end. My voice will go quiet, but my presence will not go anywhere. I will be there in the stillness you have learned to enter, in the peace that signs my name, in the knowing that rises when you face your next crossroad. You were called to hear this, you stayed to receive it, and now you are sent to live it. Walk in what you have heard. I am with you in the morning and in the dark, in the sowing and in the harvest, now and at every hour to come. Seal these words with your amen and walk in my peace.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Something is happening at your house right now, and I will not let you walk past it. Stay with my voice. Do not treat this like every other quiet hour that has come and gone. I am speaking about the place where you live, the walls that hold you, the door you close behind you at the end of a long day, the room where you have prayed so softly that no one else could have heard it. My attention rests on that place tonight, and not because of stone or wood or the roof over it, because of the life inside it, because of you. Hear me clearly. What you have been waiting for is not still traveling toward you. It has already come. It is standing nearer than the sound of your own breathing, and the only question left is whether you will know it when it speaks. I am telling you this plainly because I do not want you to miss it. You have been expecting something loud, something that would arrive with noise and force and leave you no room to doubt. That is not how I have chosen to move in your life. I am coming through a narrow opening, through a door you have stopped watching, through a moment so ordinary that you would have let it pass without a second thought. My beloved, that is why I am holding your attention now. There is a heaviness you have felt in your house lately, and you could not name it. There is also a strange stirring underneath it, like something waiting just out of sight. You told yourself it was tiredness. You told yourself it was your own mind playing tricks. It was neither. Something unseen has already begun to move around you, and what you sensed was the edge of it. I do not send you feelings without reason. Your house is not only a building, it is the place where your life gathers. Your rest is there. Your worry is there. Your prayers have soaked into it. What settles in your house settles in your spirit, and what is cleared from your house is cleared from your days. That is why I am dealing with it directly. Some things in that space were never meant to stay as long as they have. Declare your amen if you believe I am speaking to you right now. Let me tell you what I have been doing while you slept. I have been separating. I have been deciding what belongs to you and what has only been living beside you. There is a difference, and you have not always been able to tell them apart. What is yours will remain. What is not yours is being asked to leave, and it will not be allowed to argue. You have carried a weight for so long that you stopped noticing its shape. Worry that woke you at odd hours. A tightness in your chest when you thought about what was coming. A voice that told you not to hope too openly, in case hope made a fool of you again. I am lifting those things off you one at a time. Some mornings you will feel lighter and not understand why. That is my hand. Do not question it. I know what these last seasons have cost you. You held on when everything around you gave you permission to let go. You kept praying after the words ran out. You sat in rooms where no one asked how you were, and you answered anyway, silently, to me. I heard all of it. Nothing you spoke into the dark disappeared, and now the answer stands at your door. My child, do not let doubt speak louder than my voice tonight. There are thoughts already forming in you that want to argue with what you are hearing. They will tell you nothing has changed. They will remind you of every time you got your hopes up and paid for it. Those thoughts are familiar, but familiar is not the same as true. Something has already shifted in your favor. It shifted before you felt it. You are not here by accident. You did not stumble into this moment by chance. I arranged for these words to reach you at the exact hour your heart was open enough to receive them, and not 1 minute before. That is how carefully I work with you. When I moved through Egypt, I told the people to mark their doorposts, not their fields, not their livestock, their houses. What passed over that night passed over homes, and every family that trusted me enough to mark the entrance woke to the morning of their freedom. I have always dealt with houses. I have always started at the door. I am at yours now. Understand this. I do not clear a space for nothing. When I remove, I am making room. When I take something out of your life, it is because I have already chosen what will stand in that place instead. You have watched things end and thought you were losing. You were not losing. You were being emptied so you could be filled with something that would not run out. There were paths that would have swallowed you whole. There were people who would have taken more from you than you could afford to give. There were plans you begged me for that I quietly refused, and you called it silence. It was not silence. It was me standing between you and a door you would not have survived walking through. You thought you were being denied. You were being kept. Now you stand where you can finally receive what was always meant for you. Not what you settled for. Not what you talked yourself into. What was actually written for your life before you learned to lower your expectations. Listen closely, because I need you present for what comes next. The thing I am bringing will not announce itself the way you imagine. It may come through a conversation you almost did not have, through a decision that seems too small to matter, through a door that opens so quietly you could easily walk past it while thinking about something else. Pay attention to the small things. That is where I am hiding the answer. I am not distant from your life. I am not watching from a height, uninterested in the details. I am in the room with you. I am in the ordinary hours. And tonight I am speaking because what is unfolding around your house is too important for you to sleep through. Let me show you what I have been removing. There has been something living in your house that never paid rent. It came in quietly years ago, through a season you barely survived. It made itself at home in your thinking. It shaped how you spoke about yourself when you were alone. And because it arrived during a hard time, you assumed it was simply part of who you were. It was not. It was a squatter, and I am putting it out. You will feel its absence before you understand it. There will be a morning soon when you wake and something that always sat on your chest is not there. You will look for it out of habit. You will not find it. Do not go searching for what I have taken. Let it stay gone. I am also dealing with what has been draining your rest. Sleep has not been kind to you. You lie down tired and rise tired, and no amount of quiet seems to reach the bottom of it. That is not weakness in your body alone. Something has been feeding on your peace, and I am cutting off its supply. Peace is not a mood. Peace is ground. When your peace is disturbed, every decision becomes heavier than it needs to be. You second-guess what you already know. You delay what should be simple. You carry conversations for days that should have been set down within the hour. I am restoring the ground beneath you so that you can think clearly again. You were never meant to fight this battle from an unsteady place. There is also a boundary being drawn around your life right now. Things that once had free access to you will find the way closed. People who could reach into your peace whenever they pleased will find that their words no longer land the way they used to. This is not hardness. This is order. A house without a door is not a home, it is a road. I am giving you a door, and I am teaching you when to keep it shut. You may notice that certain people begin to drift away without any argument between you. Do not chase them. Not every departure is a wound. Some of it is simply what happens when a life starts moving in a direction that others were never called to walk. Let them go with kindness, and let the space they leave stay empty until I fill it. There are patterns in your life that have repeated so many times you began to expect them. The same kind of disappointment arriving in a different set of clothes. The same season of hope followed by the same quiet collapse. You started to believe that this was simply the shape of your life, that some people get smooth roads and you were given a circle. I am breaking the circle. You will notice this first in small ways. A situation that would normally repeat will simply not appear. A conflict that would normally flare will pass without catching fire. You will wait for the familiar ending and it will not come. That is not luck. That is a cycle being cut at the root, and roots do not grow back once I have removed them. Understand something about what did not work out for you. There were doors you knocked on until your hands hurt. There were opportunities you were certain were yours, and they went to someone else. You took that personally. You wondered what was wrong with you that made me withhold. Nothing was wrong with you. Those doors led somewhere I would not send you. When Rahab hid my messengers, she was told to tie a scarlet cord in her window. The whole city fell. Her house stood. Not because the walls were stronger, but because it had been marked, and what is marked by me is not swept away with everything else. Your house carries a mark you cannot see. You have lived through seasons that took other things down around you, and you are still standing. That was not endurance alone. That was covering. I have covered you longer than you know. There is something else I am clearing, and this one is harder, because it lives inside you rather than around you. It is the belief that you must earn what I want to give. You have worked yourself thin trying to prove you deserve peace. You have kept a ledger in your mind of every failure, and you have used it against yourself whenever something good approached. Put the ledger down. I'm not reading from it. My child, your worth was never a payment you were making towards some future kindness of mine. It was settled long before you were old enough to argue about it. Every time you have told yourself that you are too much or not enough, you were repeating something I never said. I am removing that voice from your house too. You may feel old memories rising in these days. Things you thought you had buried will surface at odd times, without warning, in the middle of an ordinary afternoon. Do not panic when it happens. I am not reopening wounds to hurt you. What is being brought to the surface is being brought out so it can leave. Nothing heals while it is hidden. Let it come up. Let it go. Do not fight the emptying. There will be a stillness after this clearing, and the stillness may unsettle you. You have lived so long with noise that quiet will feel like something is missing. It is not. Stillness is often the sound of a work being finished. When the room finally goes silent, that is not abandonment. That is completion. I do not fill a house while I am still cleaning it, and I am nearly done cleaning. You have been asking me for change for a long time. This is what change looks like at the beginning. Not fireworks. Not a sudden reversal that makes everyone who doubted you take notice. It looks like a load coming off. It looks like a habit losing its grip. It looks like a night where you finally sleep through, and you cannot explain what was different. That is the change. It has started. Declare, I receive it, if your heart is open to what I am doing. Now hear why the clearing mattered. I do not pour new provision into old disorder. I do not set something valuable down in a room that cannot hold it. Everything I have done in these last months was preparation for a delivery, and the delivery is close. There was a man named Obed-Edom. He did not ask for what came to his door. My presence was left at his house because no one else was willing to take it in, and for 3 months everything he owned began to increase. His fields, his household, his name. He did nothing clever. He simply made room and did not treat what I placed with him as a burden. That is the whole lesson. Make room and do not resent what I set down. Your house is being made ready for something that will not be temporary. You have received things before that came and left quickly, and it taught you not to hold anything too tightly. I understand why you learned that, but this is not the same. What I am placing in your life has been built on ground that will hold weight. Lasting things take longer to build. That is the only reason for the wait. You have wondered why certain seasons took so long, why prayers you prayed years ago are only now beginning to move. It was never that I was slow to hear you. It was that I refused to hand you something that would break the moment it entered your hands. I would rather you wait for what stays than receive quickly what leaves. Everything I have delayed, I have been strengthening. There is a stage between preparing and receiving, and you are standing in it right now. It is the stage where nothing looks different, but everything has already changed. The work is done in the unseen and has not yet surfaced. This is where most people give up, because their eyes tell them nothing has happened. Your eyes are the last to know. Do not let them lead you. There is something coming into your house that will require your trust before it arrives, not after. Trust that begins after the proof is not trust at all, it is arithmetic. What I am asking of you is older and simpler than that. I am asking you to act on what you cannot yet see. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. When Elijah came to the widow at Zarephath, she had enough flour for one final meal and nothing after it. He asked her for bread first, not from her abundance, from the last of what she had. She could have counted what remained and decided it was too little to share. Instead, she made room in her hands, and the jar did not run dry through the whole famine. That jar was not filled once. It refilled every single day, quietly, without ceremony, for as long as it was needed. I have never asked anyone to give from what they did not need. That would prove nothing. Understand what I am really doing in your house. I am not simply improving your circumstances. I am changing what you are able to hold. A larger life requires a larger frame, and the frame is built through what you release, not through what you grip. Every time you have held something too tightly, it stopped moving. There is a kind of fear that disguises itself as wisdom. It counts and recounts and calls itself careful. It tells you to wait until things are certain before you move. But certainty is not the ground I build on. If you wait for the ground to be visible before stepping, you will stand in the same place for the rest of your life. I am not asking you to be reckless. I'm asking you to be free. Something has been sitting in your life that you were meant to release, and you have known it for a while now. It might be a plan you have outgrown, a grudge you have fed longer than it deserved, a version of yourself you keep returning to because at least it is familiar. Whatever it is standing in the doorway of what I am delivering. Move it. The door only opens one way. My beloved, I am not testing you to see if you will fail. I already know what is in you. I am giving you the chance to feel the strength you have gained, because strength that is never used feels like nothing at all. You are far stronger than the person who first began praying about this situation. You simply have not been given a reason to see it yet. You are about to be given that reason. There will be a moment soon when you are asked to act before the outcome is clear. It may look like a small choice, a word you decide to speak, a hand you decide to extend, a step you take towards something that has no guarantee attached to it. That moment carries far more weight than its size suggests. Do not talk yourself out of it. That moment is the hinge. I have set things in motion around you that are already in progress. There are conversations happening about you in rooms you have never entered. There are people who will matter to your future who do not know your name yet. There are arrangements being made that you could not organize on your own no matter how hard you worked. Some of what is coming to you will arrive through people you have not met. Your part is not to build all of it. Your part is to keep the house ready and the door unlocked, to stay open when it would be easier to close, to keep your heart soft in a season when hardness would feel safer. Softness is not weakness. In your life, it has always been the doorway. Now I want to tell you how it will come, so you do not miss it. Naaman was a commander. He arrived at the prophet's door with horses and treasure, expecting a performance worthy of his standing. He was told to wash in a muddy river 7 times. He was insulted. He nearly rode home carrying his sickness with him, because the answer was too plain to respect. His servants had to reason with him. If you had been asked to do something great, you would have done it. Do not let the smallness of my answer offend you. You have prayed with a certain picture in your mind. You imagined the shape of the rescue. You decided which door it would come through, and you have been standing near that door so long that you have stopped watching the others. I am telling you now that I am not coming through the one you are watching. Turn around. Look at what is ordinary. When Elijah stood on the mountain waiting for me, there was a great wind that tore the rocks apart. I was not in the wind. There was an earthquake. I was not in the earthquake. There was fire. I was not in the fire. And then there was a low, quiet sound, barely more than a whisper, and he covered his face because he knew. I am rarely in the noise. I am almost always in the whisper. This is why I asked you to pay attention to small things. The blessing I am sending you may arrive dressed as an inconvenience, a change of plans, a delay that puts you in a place you did not intend to be, standing next to someone you were never going to meet. You will be irritated for a moment. Then you will understand. Nothing in your life is random anymore, not since I began this work. The widow who came to Elisha owed a debt she could not pay, and men were coming to take everything she had left. He asked her one question. What do you have in your house? She said, nothing at all except a little oil. That little oil filled every empty vessel she could gather, and the borrowing of empty jars from her neighbors was the whole of her part in the miracle. She was not asked to produce the oil. She was asked to bring the emptiness. Bring me your empty places. That is what I can work with. You have spent a long time apologizing for what you lack. You have counted what you do not have so often that you can recite the list without effort. But your lack is not an obstacle to me. It is the container. The wider the empty space, the more room there is for what I intend to pour. Stop hiding your empty rooms from me. I'm not embarrassed by them. There is a change already taking place in how you see. Things that used to confuse you have started to make a strange kind of sense. Situations you could not read a year ago are becoming clear. This is not because you have become more clever. It is because I am giving you sight for the road ahead, and sight always comes just before it is needed. I will not show you the whole path. I never have. But the next step is becoming visible. Take it. That is all I am asking for. You may notice something else beginning to happen. People are responding to you differently. There is more kindness where there used to be indifference. Doors that were guarded seem to open with less resistance. You did not do anything to earn this. I am moving in the hearts of others on your behalf, and most of them will never know why they softened toward you. I work in people you will never think to thank. My precious one, there is something rising in you that you have not named yet. It is a steadiness, a calm that stays even when the day goes badly. You will catch yourself handling something that would have undone you last year, and you will handle it without shaking. Do not walk past that. That is the evidence you have been asking me for. You wanted a sign. I built the sign into you. Listen carefully now, because this part matters. The thing that is coming will feel right rather than look right. It may not have the appearance you expected. It may not impress anyone you were hoping to impress. But when it arrives, something in your spirit will settle, and you will know it the way you know your own name. Trust the settling. That is my confirmation, and it does not lie. There will also be things that look right but feel wrong, and you must be just as willing to refuse those. Not everything that arrives at your door was sent by me. Some of it comes to test whether you will accept a substitute out of impatience. You have done that before. You will not need to do it again. You can tell the difference now. That discernment is new, and it is mine. Do not measure your life against anyone else's. What I am doing with you is fitted to you specifically. The timing, the shape, the size of it, all of it was made for the life you actually have, not for the one you compare yourself to. When you look sideways, you lose the thread of your own story. Look forward. That is the only direction your answer is coming from. I know there is a part of you that is bracing. You have been disappointed enough times that hope now feels like a risk you cannot afford. So you hold back a little, even now, even while you listen. You keep one hand on the exit. I am not asking you to be certain. I am asking you to stop bracing. Nothing is going to be snatched from you this time. What I establish, I defend. You will not have to spend the next season waiting for it to fall apart, wondering when the other thing will happen. That fear belonged to a version of your life that I have already brought to an end. Let your shoulders come down. You are safe here. There is a choice in front of you, and I want you to see it clearly before it arrives. 2 roads. One of them is familiar. It has your footprints all over it. You know exactly what it costs, how it feels, where it ends. It is not a good road, but it is a known one, and knowing has its own comfort. The other road you have never walked. That is its only fault. Fear will make the first road sound reasonable. It always does. It will call itself patience. It will tell you to wait a little longer, to gather more information, to be sure. And you will nod because it sounds wise, and you will stay exactly where you are for another year. Do not confuse hesitation with discernment. They wear the same coat. I am not sending you into the unknown alone. I am sending you into something I have already walked through and prepared. The only thing unknown about it is that you have not seen it yet, and that is not the same as danger. 10 men came back from surveying a land I had already given away. 10 of them talked about the size of the people living there. 2 of them talked about the size of the fruit. Both reports were accurate. Only one of them was true. And a whole generation stayed in the wilderness because they believed the accurate report instead of the true one. Be careful whose report you agree with about your own life. There are voices around you that will not understand this season. Some of them love you. They will worry out loud. They will remind you of what happened last time. Not to hurt you, but because they remember your pain and cannot bear to watch it again. Receive their care. Do not receive their limits. You do not need permission from people who are not going where you are going. There is also a voice inside you that has been arguing with me since this began. It says, you are too old for this, too tired, that your window is closed and the good things go to other people now. I want you to hear how that voice speaks. It never accuses me directly. It only accuses you. That is how you can tell it is not mine. Sarah laughed when I told her what was coming because she had already done the arithmetic on her own body. Moses argued with me about his mouth. Gideon asked me to prove myself twice and then asked once more. I did not withdraw the calling from any of them. I let them argue and then I used them anyway. Your doubt has never disqualified you. It only delays you. My child, we have walked a long road together, longer than you sometimes remember. There were stretches of it where you spoke to me constantly, and stretches where you barely spoke at all. I did not walk away during the quiet parts. I have never needed your words in order to stay near you. I stayed. Through all of it, I stayed. Now I am asking for something specific. Not perfect faith, not certainty. Just a step. One step taken in the direction of what I have shown you, before you have any evidence that it will hold. That single step is the difference between a life that changes and a life that only talks about changing. Say yes out loud if you are ready to take that step. Understand what happens when you move. The Jordan did not part while the people stood on the bank discussing it. The priests carrying the ark had to put their feet into the water first, while it was still running high, and only then did it stand back. The way opened under their feet, not before them. I move when you move. That has always been the order. I know this is not how you would design it. You would prefer the water to part first, so you could see the dry ground before committing. But faith that requires a guarantee is just planning with religious language attached. What I am building in you cannot be built that way. Step in. The water knows my voice. There is something you will feel just before the moment comes. A pull. A knowing that sits somewhere below your thinking, that does not argue and does not explain itself. It will simply be there, steady, pointing in a direction. You have felt it before and talked yourself out of it. Do not talk yourself out of it this time. That knowing is not your imagination, and it is not your nerves. It is how I speak to a heart that has learned to listen. Your ability to hear it has grown, though you have not been keeping track. What used to take you weeks to recognize now takes you an afternoon. You are becoming someone who can be led. That is no small thing. And I want you to notice how you are handling the waiting itself. There was a time when delay would have crushed you. You would have taken it as a verdict on your worth. Now you can sit inside a slow season without falling apart in it. You may not call that progress. I do. The person you were 3 years ago could not carry what you are carrying today. That growth was not accidental. Every difficult stretch shaped something specific in you, and I was watching what it built, not only what it cost. I have never enjoyed your pain. I have never sent suffering as a lesson, but I have never wasted what you walked through either. Nothing you have lived through is going to be thrown away. When you finally stand in what is coming, you will understand why certain things had to happen in the order they did. Not all of it will be explained. Some questions I will keep, but enough will make sense that you will be able to set the rest down. You will not need every answer once you are standing in the outcome. So make your choice with your eyes open. I will not force it. I have never forced anything from you, not once in all these years. I speak, I open the door, and I wait to see what you will do with it. The door is open now. Walk through. Now let me speak to you about restoration, because you have misunderstood what I mean by it. You think restoration means going back, recovering what was taken, returning to the year before everything went wrong, as though the goal were to undo the damage and stand where you once stood. That is not what I do. I do not rebuild the old house. I build a better one on the same ground. There are things in your life you wrote off as finished. You made peace with their loss, or you told yourself you did. You stopped praying about them because praying about them hurt more than accepting them. I want you to know that I did not close the file when you did. What you called permanent, I called paused. I am touching places you stopped bringing to me, areas you decided were simply the cost of living a real life. Some of what returns will not look like what left, and that will confuse you at first. Do not measure the new thing against the memory of the old one. The old one was smaller than you remember. Restoration in my hands always comes back larger than what was lost. The Shunammite woman built a small room on her roof for a prophet who passed through. Just a bed, a table, a stool, a lamp. She asked for nothing. Years later, when famine drove her from her land and everything she owned was taken, she came to appeal to the king, and she arrived at the exact hour someone was telling him her story. He restored her house, her land, and every year of income she had lost while she was gone. She was not given back what she had. She was given back the years as well. I keep account of time, not only of what was taken from you, but of what those seasons cost you in hours you cannot get back. And I have my own way of returning time to a life. It does not always come as more years. Sometimes it comes as speed, where a thing that should have taken a decade arrives in a season. Do not be shocked when things begin to move quickly. You have earned the acceleration. Your peace is the first thing being restored, and it is the foundation for everything else. Not the peace that depends on a quiet week. The other kind, the sort that holds when the week is loud. You will notice it in the way you wake, in the way you handle news that would have flattened you. It will not arrive all at once. It will settle in layers. Peace that settles in layers does not lift easily. A house built on rock and a house built on sand can look identical in fair weather. The difference is invisible until the storm comes. I am not promising you a life without weather. I am telling you what is underneath you has been changed, and the next storm will find something it cannot move. You will discover this the hard way, and you will be glad. My beloved, there is a quiet ownership growing in you over the space you live in. Your house is beginning to feel like yours in a way it has not before. Not because anything about it has changed, but because you have. It is becoming a place that gives back to you rather than takes from you. You should feel restored when you walk through that door. That is what a home is for. There is also something that will start to grow out of that space and reach beyond it. What I establish in you does not stay contained. It moves into your work, into your conversations, into the lives of those you love and the ones you carry in prayer without telling anyone. You are becoming a source of steadiness for people who have none. Do not be surprised when others start bringing their weight to you. They will not always know why they chose you. They will simply notice that you are not frantic, and something in them will want to sit near that. This is part of what I am building. A house that has been made whole becomes shelter for someone else. What I pour into you was never meant to stop with you. There will be moments in this new season that test you in small ways. Not great trials. Ordinary irritations that measure whether the change is real. Someone will speak to you the way they always have, and you will notice that it does not reach you. A situation will repeat, and your response will not. Those small moments are how you will learn what I have done. You may also find that your desires themselves are shifting. Things you once wanted badly have quietly lost their pull. New things are taking their place, and you did not decide any of it. That is me, reshaping what you reach for, so that your wanting and your purpose finally point in the same direction. When your desires change, your direction changes without any struggle at all. Do not grieve the old wants. They belong to a person who is surviving. You are not surviving anymore. There is a confidence forming in you that has nothing to do with pride. Pride needs an audience. This does not. It is the settled quiet of someone who has stopped needing to be told they are on the right road, because they can feel the ground under their feet. You will make decisions faster now, Trust that speed. It is not carelessness, it is clarity. And when something does not belong in your life, you will know it early rather than late. That has been the expensive lesson of your past. Learning too slowly, staying too long, giving too much to what was never going to give back. That season of costly lessons is finished. You will not pay that price again. There was a man who climbed a tree because he was too short to see over the crowd. He had no reason to expect anything. He was disliked and he had earned most of it, and he only wanted to look at someone passing through his town. He was called down by name, and the words spoken over him that day were these: "Today salvation has come to this house, not to the temple, not to the crowd, to his house." That is how I have always worked, and it is what I am doing with yours. I come to addresses. I come to specific doors, and I have never once needed a person to be impressive before I would enter. You do not have to become someone else first. I am coming to the one you already are. Now hear what I ask of you going forward, because it is not much. Stay awake. That is nearly all of it. Do not fall back asleep in your own life. The greatest risk in front of you is not failure. It is drifting, letting the days blur together until you stop noticing what I am doing in them. Notice, that is your part. I will handle the rest. There will be mornings when none of this feels true. When the house is quiet and nothing has visibly changed and the words you are hearing now seem far away. On those mornings, do not go looking for the feeling. Go back to what you know. Feelings arrive late and leave early. What I have spoken does not move. Build on what I said, not on how you feel about it today. There will also be days when the evidence is undeniable, when something happens that could only have come from me, and you will want to tell everyone. Tell whoever you like, but keep some of it for yourself. Not everything I give you needs to be explained to be real. Some things I do in your life are only for you and me. My child, I want to say something about the years behind you. You have carried a quiet suspicion that you wasted them, that you were slow, that you should have known better, that other people were building something while you were only holding on. Set that down. Holding on was not nothing. There were seasons where staying was the whole victory. You did not waste the time. You spent it, and I know exactly what it bought. The ones you love are also touched by what is happening in your house, not because they have done anything, but because you are the door, and what comes through you does not stop at you. Peace in your life becomes peace in theirs. Steadiness in you becomes ground they can stand on. You have been praying for them for a long time. This is part of how I am answering. There will be a moment not far from now when you look around at your own life and realize that the thing you were begging for has already been happening for a while. You will not be able to say exactly when it began. That is how I do most of my work, quietly underneath, until one day the shape of it is unmistakable. You will look back at this hour and know this was where it turned. So here is what I am asking of you tonight. Go into your house differently. Look at the rooms as though something has been prepared in them, because it has. Speak in there like someone who has been heard, because you have been. And when you close the door behind you, close it knowing that what is inside is guarded. Nothing gets in past me. Not one thing. I'm not going to promise you an easy road. I have never promised that to anyone, and you would not believe me if I did. What I am promising is that you will not walk it uncovered, and you will not walk it without provision, and you will not walk it alone. I have been with you in the years that had no name. I am not leaving now that the good part is starting. Do not measure the size of this against what anyone else has received. What is coming to you is fitted to you. It matches your life, your capacity, your calling. Something larger would have crushed you, and something smaller would have insulted the work I have done in you. This is the right size. Take it without apologizing for it, and when it comes, receive it fully. Do not hold it at arm's length, waiting to see if it is a trick. Do not shrink it to protect yourself from disappointment. You have done that with every good thing that has come near you for years, and I am asking you to stop. Open your hands. Take what I am handing you. The waiting part of your life is closing. Not because you finally did something right, but because the season has turned, and I am the one who turns seasons. What was prepared has been finished. What was cleared has been filled. What was marked has been kept. Your house is ready, and so are you. You have spent years asking me to move. I have moved. The asking part is over, and the living part begins tonight, in the room where you are standing. Now go and live like someone who believes what they have just heard. Declare it is done if you are ready to walk into it.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My child, I am asking you with all the weight of heaven behind my words. Do not turn away from this moment. Do not let your eyes grow heavy, and do not walk away before I have finished speaking. I know you are tired. I know you have heard many promises before, and I know how long you have waited, until even hope itself began to feel like a burden. But you cannot skip this. What I am about to speak into your life is too important to miss. Something is happening around you right now that you cannot yet see. Two things are moving toward you at the same time. One is the answer you have been crying out for in the early hours when no one could hear you. The other is a danger, quiet and unexpected, that has been forming at the edges of your life. I am speaking now because of both. If you stay with me, you will receive the one and be guarded from the other. This is not a small matter. I am not talking about an ordinary blessing, the kind that comes and goes with the seasons. I am talking about the one you have been asking for, the one you have carried in your chest like a stone, the one you stopped mentioning out loud because it hurt too much to keep saying it. Hear me clearly. That answer is not lost. It has not been forgotten on some high shelf of heaven. I have been holding it, and I have been arranging every detail around it, every circumstance, every person, every open door, so that when it arrives, nothing can take it from you. The timing was never careless. It was exact. But I need something from you in this hour. I need your attention. I need your faith to be awake, not drowsy, not half-hearted, not divided between 100 worries. An answer that is not received with faith passes by like rain on hard ground. It falls, but nothing grows. I do not want that for you. I want the ground of your heart soft and ready. The enemy of your soul understands what is at stake tonight. He sees what stands ready in the unseen world, and it terrifies him. That is why your mind keeps wandering. That is why sleep is pulling at you. That is why a voice inside keeps whispering that this can wait until tomorrow, that nothing will change, that you have heard it all before. That voice is not mine. I tell you the truth. There is a moment appointed for this word, and the moment is now. Not because my power fades tomorrow. My power fades never. But there are hours when heaven leans close to a single life, and this is one of those hours for you. Miss it, and you will still be loved, still be mine. But you will have walked past an open door without knowing it was open. Think back over your life for a moment. Remember the times you almost gave up, but something you could not name held you in place. Remember the nights you decided it was over and morning came anyway, and you rose anyway. Remember the moments you should have fallen and did not fall. That was not luck. That was my hand. Every one of those moments was a thread pulling you toward this one. You did not find this message by accident. I led you here. I stirred something in you before you understood what you were reaching for, and I set this hour aside long before you knew you would need it. When you felt yourself at the very end of your strength, I was already preparing what I would say to you now. So let the disappointments of the past step aside. They are real, and I do not dismiss them. You believed before and felt nothing change. You hoped before and watched the hope come back empty. I know, but do not let yesterday's closed doors convince you that every door is closed. The wounds of the past make poor prophets. They only know how to predict more of the same, and they are wrong about what is coming. I see the exhaustion behind your eyes. I see how heavy your heart has grown from carrying questions no one could answer. You have prayed and fasted and wept, and it seemed the sky was silent. You have asked in secret, "Is any of this real? Will anything ever actually change for me?" And I answer you now with all the authority of my throne. Yes, it is real. Yes, it is worth it. Yes, something is about to change. There is a reason you feel the way you feel, and I will show it to you before this word is finished. The heaviness you carry is not weakness, and it is not proof that you have been abandoned. Some of it is the weight of a long road. Some of it is a warning I have been sounding inside you, a signal you have not yet learned to read. Tonight I will teach you to read it. Stay with me then. Keep your heart open and your spirit still. In the moments ahead, I will show you what I have been doing in secret while you thought nothing was happening. I will show you why certain prayers seem to go unanswered. I will name the barriers that have stood between you and what I prepared, and I will break them. And I will warn you, plainly and in love, about what is quietly approaching, so that it never touches you. You are not here to be entertained. You are here because I called you, one soul, by name, into a meeting I arranged. Heaven is not speaking to a crowd right now. Heaven is speaking to you. Let that settle over you like a covering. Let it quiet the noise in your mind. The answer is closer than it has ever been. The warning has come in time. Nothing about this hour is random, and nothing about it will be wasted if you remain. Declare your Amen right now if your heart is awake and ready to receive. Now let me show you what you could not see. While you were living your days, facing your battles and holding yourself together in front of people who never guessed how hard it was, I was working, not resting, not delaying, working. Behind the curtain of the visible world, I was moving piece after piece into position, so that at the right moment, everything would align for you at once. I have been moving people. The help you need is already alive, already walking the earth, already carrying the answer that belongs to your situation. You have not met them yet, but I have been steering their steps and yours toward a single crossing point. The right person, the right place, the right hour. When your paths meet, you will call it chance. It will not be chance. I have been loosening provision. Resources that sat locked for years are being released. Streams of supply you never knew existed are being turned toward you. You will receive from directions that make no earthly sense. and you will know it was my hand because no other explanation will survive. I am the God who brings water out of rock. Lack does not intimidate me. I have been changing circumstances that looked permanent, problems that outlasted your prayers, situations so old you stopped bringing them to me, doors that stayed shut for years no matter how you knocked. I am dealing with them now. Some of what changes will change so quickly that you will hardly have time to be amazed before the next change arrives. And I have set my messengers around you, mighty ones, sent from my throne with orders that concern you by name. They do not sleep. They are not distracted. They fight battles in the unseen world that you will never have to know about, removing obstacles you never saw, closing off paths that would have harmed you, holding open the way I have chosen. Let me tell you what stands ready in the unseen world at this very hour. There are decrees written and sealed, orders from my throne that overturn impossible situations, and your name is on them. Your turnaround is not an idea I am considering. It is a command I have already given, waiting for the appointed moment of delivery. There is provision measured out and held in trust, enough for the need you pray about and more beyond it. There is healing prepared, restoration for what is worn and wounded in you, the kind of mending that reaches places no physician can reach. There are keys, cut for doors that have refused you for years, doors of opportunity, doors of relationship, doors of purpose. When those doors open, no one will be able to shut them. There are chains lying broken that once held you, chains of fear, of heaviness, of habits that kept circling back. In the unseen world, they are already snapped. What remains is for you to feel that freedom arrive in your days, in your body, in your mind, and you will feel it. And there is a robe, a new identity, dignity in place of shame, so you can stand as a child of the King and not as a beggar at the gate. All of this stands ready. So you may ask, why has it not come sooner? Hear this carefully, because I will not answer you with easy sayings. The timing was never about your worth. It was about position. The person who will open the first door for you was not yet standing where they needed to stand. The resource that will carry you was not yet loosed from the hands that held it. Certain doors could not open for you until other doors, ones you will never know about, had quietly closed. A harvest gathered before its time rots in the storehouse. A foundation loaded before it sets cracks under the weight. I do not insult you by pretending the long wait did not cost you anything. It cost you. I watched what it cost you, and I did not look away. But I would not hand you something built to last a lifetime one day before it could stand. I do not move by the clocks of men. I move by the calendar of heaven, and on that calendar, your moment is not overdue. It is exact, not one day early when the pieces were still scattered, not one day late when your heart might have hardened past receiving. Now, so understand what kind of moment you are standing in. The people are in place. The provision is loosed. The decrees are sealed. The messengers are positioned. The doors are unlocked. Heaven has done its part, and heaven waits on one thing only: a heart open enough to receive what has been prepared. This is why the pull to walk away has been so strong tonight. This is why distraction after distraction has clawed at your attention. Nothing fights this hard against an empty room. The resistance you feel is itself a witness that something real is at stake. Do not harden yourself against hope because hope has hurt you before. I know the reflex. You brace against believing so the fall will be shorter. But you cannot brace and receive at the same time. Open hands cannot make fists. I am asking you to open your hands. You have spent years asking me to move. I am telling you tonight, I have moved. I am moving now. The question of this hour is no longer whether I will act. The question is whether you will stand in the place where my action lands, awake, believing, with your face toward me. Remain in that place. Do not drift. In a little while I will show you the hidden things that have blocked your receiving, and I will deal with each one. But first, let your spirit answer heaven. Say, I believe out loud if this word is reaching the deep places of your spirit. Now I want to answer the question you have carried the longest. You have wondered whether your prayers ever reached me at all. You prayed in the dark when sleep would not come. You prayed behind a locked door so no one would hear your voice break. You prayed on lonely roads, in whispers, in half-finished sentences, in silence when words ran out. My child, not one of those prayers fell short of my throne. Not one. The prayers you were ashamed of, the angry ones, the doubting ones, the ones that were more groan than speech, those reached me too. I did not grade them, I received them. A parent does not turn away a child because the child cried instead of speaking properly. I heard everything underneath your words, even the things you could not bring yourself to say. But you have asked, if you heard me, why did you not answer? Hear me now. I answered every prayer. What I did not always do was answer in the shape you expected, or on the day you circled in your heart. And so some of my answers passed by you unrecognized, like a friend in unfamiliar clothes. You prayed for that position and it went to another, and the refusal stung you. But I saw where that road led. It would have paid you in silver and cost you in things silver cannot buy back. I turned you from it because I have work for you that will not grind you down to earn your bread. What I have prepared will meet you at the right hour, and you will understand then why every other door stayed shut. You prayed for that relationship, and it came apart. And you carried the rejection like a wound that would not close. But I saw what you could not see from inside it. I saw who that person would become to you in 5 years, in 10. My love for you would not let you build a life on that ground. The loneliness that followed was bitter, I know. But bitter medicine is still medicine. You prayed for healing, and the sickness lingered, and you began to wonder whether I had the power or simply did not care. I have the power. I do care. And restoration is moving toward you, in the body and deeper than the body. Some mending I do in a moment, and some I do the way spring thaws a frozen field. Slowly, thoroughly, past all argument. Yours is coming. Do not let its pace convince you of its absence. You prayed for provision, and the numbers would not add up. And you sat with your accounts and your fear in the small hours. I watched you carry that weight, and I never once carried it lightly myself. But I was teaching you where your security lives, not in a sum, not in a harvest that can fail, in me. The one who learns that lesson can be trusted with plenty, because plenty will never own them. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I am preparing. Now let your heart rest here for a moment, because I am not finished explaining. There is a difference between a prayer denied and a prayer held. Most of yours were held the way a wise father holds a letter until the child is old enough to read it. Held the way, rain is held in the cloud until the seed is actually in the ground. Nothing you asked in faith was thrown away. It was kept, and what was kept is now being released. Think of Joseph in the pit, then in the prison. Year after year, his life read like a story of a man forgotten. Yet every one of those years I was moving him closer to the palace, not further from it. The road made no sense until the day it suddenly made perfect sense. Your road is of the same kind. It will make sense all at once, and soon. Think of Hannah, who wept in the temple year after year with empty arms. Those around her misread her sorrow, and even the priest misjudged her at first. But her prayer had been heard from the beginning, and when the answer came, it was not merely a child. It was a prophet who would anoint kings. What I hold back, I return with interest. So do not measure my love by the length of your waiting. Measure it by this: you are still standing. The thing that should have broken you did not break you. The years that should have emptied you did not empty you, not completely. Or you would not be here now, listening, with something in your chest, still daring to hope. I preserved that ember. I would not let it go out. And understand this also: the silence you endured was never absence. I was closer in those nights than you have ever known. When you spoke into the dark and heard nothing, I was nearer than the dark. There are seasons when I keep silence the way a physician keeps still hands steady, not because he feels nothing, but because the work is delicate and he will not slip. That season is closing. The held answers are being released one after another, in an order I have chosen so that each one strengthens you to receive the next. What comes first will steady you. What comes after will amaze you. And what comes last, you would not believe tonight if I told you plainly. So I will let it speak for itself when it arrives. But before any of it can rest in your hands, something in the way must come down. There are barriers, old ones, that have stood between you and what I prepared. You did not build them all yourself, but they stand in you nonetheless. In a moment, I will name them one by one, and then I will break them, because naming and breaking are two different mercies, and tonight you will receive both. Listen closely now, because I am about to show you why some who stand this close to their answer still walk away without it. The blessing can be ready, the hour can be right, and still a barrier inside the heart can hold everything at the door. I will not let that happen to you, so I will name each barrier plainly. The first barrier is doubt. Doubt is a wall built one question at a time. Is this real? Would it work for someone like me? Does he even see me? Each question laid like a brick year after year, until the wall stands so high you cannot see over it. The answer waits on one side, you stand on the other, and the wall pretends to be wisdom. The second barrier is unbelief, and it is not the same as doubt. Doubt asks questions. Unbelief has stopped asking. Unbelief says flatly, "This is for other people. It works for them, never for me." I tried once and I know how it ends. When you speak that way, you are not protecting yourself from disappointment. You are sending the answer away at the gate. The third barrier is fear, the fear of hoping again. You have been let down and now hope itself feels dangerous, like a ledge you once fell from. So you keep your expectations low and call it being realistic. But hear me, that fear has never once protected you from pain. It has only made sure that when the blessing came near, your hands were already closed. Fear is not a shield. It is a lock, and you are on the wrong side of it. The fourth barrier is passivity. There are those who want the blessing but will not rise to meet it. They wait the way a stone waits, wishing without asking, wanting without declaring, hungry but never reaching for the bread. My kingdom does not move for the passive. It moves for the ones who knock until the door opens, who reach for the hem of the garment, who call out even when the crowd tells them to be quiet. The fifth barrier is distraction. Of all five, this one has grown strongest in your generation. The enemy has learned that he does not need to destroy you if he can simply keep you occupied. Scattered attention receives nothing, not because heaven withholds, but because the moment of receiving needs a heart that is present. Even tonight, he has tried again and again to pull your mind elsewhere. Notice that. It tells you what he fears. Now, my child, I will not name these barriers and leave them standing. Naming was mercy. Breaking is greater mercy. So receive what I do now. I break the barrier of doubt. Every brick of every unanswered question, I pull it down. In place of that wall, I set certainty. Not the certainty that you will never suffer, but the certainty that you are seen, held, and not forgotten. From this night, when the old questions rise, they will find the wall gone, and my voice standing where it stood. I break the barrier of unbelief, the lie that said this is for others and never for you. I strike it at the root. Who told you that you were the exception to my promises? That word did not come from me. You are not the one soul in all the earth my goodness passes over. The blessing is for you, not because you earned it, but because you are mine. I break the barrier of fear, the flinch in your heart that pulls back from hoping. I take it from you now. In its place I set courage, the kind that dares to expect good again. You will not be ashamed for having hoped. Write that down in your heart. You will not be ashamed for having hoped. I break the barrier of passivity. I set hunger in you where numbness lived. From tonight you will find yourself praying with an edge you had lost, asking with boldness, standing up on the inside. You will not sit at the edge of your own life watching to see what happens. You will step into it, because what I prepared must be taken hold of, and you will take hold. And I break the barrier of distraction. I give you back your focus. The scattered pieces of your attention, I gather them like a torn flock and bring them home. You will find quiet easier to enter. You will find my voice easier to hear. The noise will still exist, but it will no longer rule you. Feel what has shifted while I spoke. Something in your chest sits looser than it did. Something that pressed down has lifted its hand. That is not imagination. That is what it feels like when old walls come down after long years. Dust settling, light entering rooms that had forgotten light. Now the way between you and what I prepared stands clear. Nothing of the old blockade remains, and what heaven held in readiness begins to move toward you tonight. Some of it will reach you quickly. Some will arrive in steps, each one on time. But the direction is set, and it will not be reversed, because I do not tear down walls in order to rebuild them. Guard what I have done in you tonight. When doubt tries to lay its first new brick, refuse it out loud. When fear whispers that hoping is foolish, answer it with what you have heard from me this hour. The barriers fell by my hand, but keeping them down is work we do together. You watching, me strengthening day upon day. And now I must change my tone with you, not from love to anger, never that, but from comfort to warning. For I told you at the beginning that two things were moving toward your life. The first was the answer, and you now stand ready for it. The second is a danger, quiet and patient, and the hour has come for me to show it to you plainly, so that it never lays a hand on what I have just set free. Hear this as a father's warning, spoken not to frighten you, but to cover you. There is a danger moving quietly toward your life, and its quietness is its power. It does not announce itself. It does not arrive with thunder. It comes in small decisions, in moments of distraction, in the hours when you believe nothing important is happening. That is exactly why I am speaking of it now, while there is still time to step aside. You have felt it already, though you gave it other names. A pull you could not explain, a small unease in a familiar place, a thought you pushed down because it seemed ungrateful or unkind. Those were not moods, my child. Those were my signals. I have been reaching for your attention through them for longer than you know, and now I am setting aside signals and speaking plainly. Understand how this danger hides. It does not wear a stranger's face. It hides behind comfort and routine, inside habits you no longer examine, inside places where you feel most at ease. What is familiar is not always what is safe. The net is never laid in front of the bird's eyes. It is laid where the bird has landed 100 times before and stopped looking. There is a person near your life whose influence is not aligned with your good. I say this carefully, for I am not teaching you suspicion, and I do not call you to harden your heart against everyone you know. But notice how you feel after certain company. Lighter or heavier, clearer or more confused, closer to me or further away. That trace they leave behind them is a truer report than anything they say. Weigh the trace, not the words. There is also a pattern in you that this danger depends upon. You know the one. The way you trust too quickly when you are lonely, the way you rush when you feel pressure, the way you silence the small warning inside because you do not want to seem difficult, or because you fear losing what you might need to lose. The snare is shaped to fit the habit. Break the habit, and the snare closes on nothing. And mark this above everything else. A decision is approaching you. It will not look like danger. It will look like an opportunity. And it may even look like the answer to your prayers arriving at last. Something about it will press you to move quickly, and that pressure is precisely how you will know. What I send does not chase you with a whip. My gifts do not spoil in an afternoon. Learn the difference between two kinds of urgency, for one is mine and one is not. When I stir you, there is speed with peace in it, clarity that gathers as you move. When the other presses you, there is speed with confusion, a fog that thickens the faster you go, a voice hissing now or never. I am never in the fog. Anything that cannot wait for you to pray about it has already told you where it comes from. So when that moment arrives, and it will arrive looking ordinary, do this. Pause. Step back from the noise of it. Ask me openly and then be still long enough to notice what rises in you. If there is a quiet resistance underneath the excitement, a small, steady no beneath the loud yes, honor it. That resistance is not fear. It is discernment, and it is one of the sharpest gifts I have placed in you. Do not be moved by how good a thing appears, for appearance is the cheapest part of any offer. Eve saw that the fruit was pleasing to the eye. The eye is easily satisfied and easily fooled. Let your judgment rest deeper than your eyes. What is truly from me can bear your questions, your patience, and your prayer. What cannot bear them was never yours to take. There is also something you have been tempted to return to, something familiar that once cost you dearly. It has been calling to you lately, wearing softer colors than before, sounding more reasonable than it used to sound. I helped you out of it once. I am asking you now not to walk back through that door. The pull you feel toward it is not homesickness. It is the snare, patient as ever, remembering your name. I tell you all this before it happens, so that when it happens, you will not hesitate. The situation will feel ordinary, almost familiar, and only one small detail will sit wrong. That detail is your signal. Most pass it by because it seems too small to matter. You will not pass it by because tonight I have taught you what it means. And do not receive this warning with dread, my child. Receive it as proof of how carefully you are watched over. Many walk into the snare with no warning at all. You have been given yours in advance, spoken gently with time to spare. That is not the treatment of the forgotten. That is the covering of one who is dearly loved. I am not asking you to live watching your back. I am asking you to live watching my face. For those who watch my face see everything else in its true size. Fear will not be your guard on this road. Wisdom will. Fear jumps at every shadow and misses the real danger. Wisdom walks calmly and steps around it. You will not face any of this alone. I go before you into every room this danger could enter. I stand behind you at every door it could use. What I have shown you tonight has already begun to weaken it, for this kind of snare works only in the dark, and I have dragged it into the light. Speak the words, I trust you, if you are ready to walk where I lead. Now let me deepen what I have placed in you, for a warning heard once fades, but wisdom planted grows. I am calling you into stillness, and I know stillness has not been easy for you. Your days are loud, and your mind is louder. But it is in quiet that you hear me best, and it is in hurry that the snare does its finest work. So learn to be still, not as an escape from your life, but as the watchtower over it. When you slow down, you begin to notice what speed conceals. The small detail that sits wrong, the word that does not match the eyes that speak it, the offer that shines a little too brightly for what it claims to be. None of this is visible at a run. The still heart sees what the rushing heart walks past, and from tonight, yours will be the still heart. Learn also to tell your emotions apart from your knowing, for they are not the same voice. Emotions are weather. They rise and fall. They are stirred by a word, a memory, a poor night's sleep. But beneath the weather there is ground, a steady knowing I have set in you that does not shift with the sky. When a choice stands before you, do not ask only what you feel. Ask what you know beneath the feeling. The weather lies sometimes. The ground does not. This is the difference between reacting and responding. The one who reacts is moved by whatever moves, like a gate swinging in wind. The one who responds stands, considers, prays, and then moves once in the right direction. You have spent years reacting, and it has cost you. From this season on, you will respond. Where you once rushed, you will pause. Where you once ignored the whisper within, you will lean toward it and listen. Now hear me about the doors that have been closing in your life, for you have grieved some of them as losses. Not every closed door is a theft, my child. Some doors I close the way a father locks a gate at the cliff's edge. You stood on one side, pounding, asking why. I stood on the other side, holding the bolt, knowing what lay beyond. One day you will see what certain doors held back, and you will thank me for every one that would not open, and not everything that entered your life was meant to remain in it. Some people, some places, some works were given for a season, and their season has ended. Holding them past their time turns blessing into burden, the way manna kept overnight bred worms by morning. Release what is finished. You are not being stripped. You are being lightened for the road ahead, and the road ahead is long enough to be glad of it. Watch your surroundings as well, for places shape souls more than souls admit. There are rooms where your spirit settles and hears clearly, and rooms where it scatters like startled birds. There is company that leaves you stronger, and company that leaves you strange to yourself. In this season, choose deliberately. Go where your clarity increases. This is not isolation. It is stewardship of the one heart you have been given to guard. Your relationships will shift as you grow, and I want you prepared for it so it does not wound you. Some who walked with you will feel far away, not through quarrel, but because you are no longer walking in circles, and they still are. Others, new ones, will draw near, sent by me, recognizable by their fruit. Peace where there was tangling, clearness where there was fog. Do not cling to the departing or bar the arriving. Let the shift happen. I am in it. Some will not understand you in this season, and you must make peace with that. They will ask why you stepped back from what you stepped back from, why you no longer run at the old pace, why you weigh things now that you once seized. You do not owe the whole world an explanation for obeying me. A tree does not argue with the wind about why it grows toward the light, and release once and forever the need to please everyone. That need has bent more souls off their path than open evil ever did, for it wears the face of kindness, while it quietly hands your life to other people's expectations. You can honor others without obeying them. When peace and approval part ways, and they will part ways, choose peace. It is my voice's favorite dwelling. Do not fear the moments of uncertainty that will still come, for growth does not end them. Uncertain is not the same as lost. In those moments, return to what you have learned this night. Pause. Be still. Ask me. Wait for the clearness before you move. You are not required to be perfect on this road. You are required to be awake, and wakefulness forgives many stumbles. Already you are not who you were. A year ago, the pressure would have moved you, the flattery would have held you, the familiar snare would have taken you a familiar way. Something has changed in how you stand. You feel it, that quiet firmness where there used to be a swaying. That is my work in you, and it is not temporary. It does not depend on your mood surviving the week. It is becoming who you are. There is strength growing in you now of a kind the world rarely honors and heaven greatly prizes. The strength to pause when others rush. The strength to step back when others push forward. The strength to hold your peace when everything shouts. This strength will not make you loud. It will make you steady, and in the days that are coming, steady will be worth more than loud has ever been. Guard then these three things as you go: your clarity, your peace, and your focus. When your peace is disturbed, treat it as a signal and step back to find what disturbed it. When your focus scatters, gather it again without shame. When your clarity fades, come back to stillness, and I will meet you there as I have met you tonight. These three are your lamps on the road. Keep them burning, and no darkness on the path will manage to surprise you. Now lift your head, my child, for I have saved the best of this word for last. Beyond the warning, beyond the barriers, beyond everything you are leaving behind, a new path is opening in front of you, and it is unlike any road you have walked before. When one way closes for your protection, I do not leave you standing in the field. Another way opens for your increase, and yours is opening now. You will feel it first as lightness, as though something you carried so long you forgot its weight has been lifted from your shoulders. Then you will notice your thoughts running clearer, your decisions coming easier, the fog thinning from questions that once kept you up at night. This is what alignment feels like. Not fireworks. Rightness. The quiet turn of a key in a lock that was cut for it. A life settling at last into its intended place. New opportunities will come to you in this season, and they will not feel like the ones you were warned about. What I send arrives with peace, even when it is large, even when it is new. It will not corner you or count down at you. It will bear your prayers and your patience, and it will still be standing there solid and open after you have tested it. That is how you will know my hand on it. Take those doors boldly when they come, for hesitation has no more claim on you. What you avoided and what is coming are not alike, so do not let the memory of the snare make you slow toward the blessing. One carried hidden hooks beneath a bright surface. The other carries open good with nothing beneath it but more good. You will feel the difference the way your hand knows warm water from cold. Awareness was never meant to make you afraid of every door. It was meant to make you free in the right ones. And I say to you plainly, what is ahead of you is greater than what is behind you. The best chapters of your story are not the ones already written. I know the plans I hold for your life, plans for peace and not for harm, to give you a future and a living hope. I do not speak such words loosely, and I have never once spoken them over you loosely. The provision I told you of will begin to find you. The people I have positioned will begin to appear, and you will recognize them by the peace they carry into a room. The work I shaped you for will start to take form, first in glimpses, then in steps, then in a road you can see stretching ahead. None of it will come all in 1 hour, for I build to last, not to dazzle. But it will come, piece upon piece, and nothing appointed to you will pass you by. You are also being made ready for weight, and I mean this as honor. The clearness you have gained is not only a shield for you, it will become a lamp for others. There are people ahead on your road not yet met, who will find their way because you learned yours. Lead them gently when they come. Give freely what you were freely given tonight. A well is not dug for its own sake. The ones you love and carry in prayer, I have not overlooked them either. Your loved ones are written into this same mercy. Some of what I do in you in this season, I am doing precisely so that it overflows to them in ways you will watch with your own eyes and marvel at. Keep lifting their names to me morning after morning, even when nothing seems to move. Not one of those prayers is idle, and some are closer to their answer than you would dare to guess. Walk in consistency now, for this is how everything I planted tonight becomes a way of life. Wakefulness is not a single night's act. It is a daily walking, in the small choices even more than the great ones. Return to stillness each day, even briefly. Keep choosing your company, your places, your thoughts with intention. What you practice will grow strong. What you neglect will grow faint. Practice what we built tonight. There will be days when you falter, and I tell you now, so the faltering never turns to despair. You will miss a signal here, rush a choice there, catch yourself sliding toward an old pattern. On those days, remember this hour, and remember that my patience with you is longer than your road. Correction is not rejection. Rise, adjust, and walk on. The one who gets up is never counted among the fallen. And when the answer arrives, and it will arrive, remember whose hand delivered it. Prosperity forgets more easily than hardship does. Let your plenty be as full of prayer as your lack was. Hold what I give you with open hands ready to bless with it, and it will multiply in your keeping. Held tightly, even a blessing withers. Held openly, even a little becomes enough, and then becomes more than enough. So go from this hour changed. You came to it weary, carrying questions, braced against hope. You leave it with the barriers broken, the warning received, the way cleared, and my words settled over your life like a covering that no season can wear through. Nothing that has been spoken tonight will fall to the ground. I watch over my word to perform it, and I have never lost a promise yet. I am with you. Not near you sometimes, with you always. In the decision that approaches, I am with you. In the doors now opening, I am with you. In the quiet mornings and the difficult afternoons and the nights that once felt endless, I am with you. And the nights will not feel endless much longer. Go now in peace, but go awake. Go gentle, but go strong. Let what you heard tonight walk with you into every room you enter, and let it be to you exactly what I intended it to be. Protection behind you, provision ahead of you, and my presence closer than your own breath, all your days. If you receive everything I have spoken over your life today, let your amen rise now as the final word.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.